Let's get peppy. Welcome to PEP 187, or Planet Extra podcast. It's an offshoot of Planet America on ABC Australia, which you can see on Wednesdays at 9 p.m. on ABC TV and 8 p.m. on Fridays on ABC News, or anytime you like on iView or Facebook at ABC Planet America, or on YouTube on the ABC News In Depth channel. On PEP, we cover all the stuff that's too nerdy for TV. If you're listening to us, you can also find PEP on YouTube and Facebook, where you'll also find timestamps and show notes in the blurb. And if you leave a comment under those videos, we're likely to see it. You can also tweet us at PEPCHASDRDAVE, at PepChaz Dr. Dave. If you want to chat to some fellow peppers, you can also join our Discord server. It's on the screen now or in the blurb of the podcast. But if you want to contact me or Lockie the Lackey privately, why not email us? The address is producer@pepthepodcast.com. That address again is producer@pepthepodcast.com. And if you want to buy merch, that address is pepchazdaveshop.com. Perfect for Christmas. But for now, for the last time before election 2024, let's hear from the man who never raises the stakes on inconsequential views. It is, of course, Dr. Pepper himself, Dr. Dave Smith. Hello,
wow,
Dave.
Chaz, that was done at greyhound speed. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. David Smith. Sorry if I sound like I'm coming from Zoom, because that's where I am coming from today. But let me tell you where else I am coming from. I may work at the US Studies Centre at the University of Sydney, but I do not speak for either of those institutions. When I give my opinions on PEP, you are only getting my opinions. And speaking of which, I would like to formally apologise to the University of Sydney Jacaranda for calling it the Slackaranda a couple of weeks ago. It is now in full blossom, and it's very, very beautiful. And I'm sure the University of Sydney won't mind me telling you that. I do have another thing to say, which is a plug for an article that I have just published in the Review of International Studies that has nothing to do with the United States. What? This article is about Ayatollah Khomeini's death sentence on Salman Rushdie 35 years ago. I have been doing archival research on this for 5 years. I have been going over to the UK National Archives. I've taken 9,000 photos of archival documents related to that diplomatic crisis. And this is the first article that I have written out of that. This is about a specific letter that was written by Malaysian Prime Minister Mahathir Mohamad to Margaret Thatcher, expressing his anger over the Satanic Verses affair. Now, if you're Australian and grew up at the same time that we did, you may remember Dr. Mahathir as being famously labelled a recalcitrant by Paul Keating because he wouldn't let Australia into ASEAN. He was famous for publishing a lot of angry letters. This one wasn't published, but it was even angrier than normal. So I'm very pleased to be the one who is bringing this letter to public light when Mahathir is 99 years old, which, let me tell you, that is not old enough for him to resist suing me. I'm sure that if he goes to court all the time to sue people. So I'm sure that if he finds out about this, if he feels like suing me, he will.
Dave, Mahathir is famously a pepper. You're in real strife.
Yes. So, yeah, we will put the link to that in the homework. Best of all, it's open access. So unlike most academic publishing, which is behind institutional paywalls, this one is not. Anybody can read it. And if you feel like at this point in the election cycle, reading about something that is not the US, I highly recommend that you read this.
And how's the US Study Centre feel about you spending 5 years writing an article that has nothing to do with them?
Well, remember, I'm jointly appointed between the US Studies Centre and the Department of Government and International Relations at the University of Sydney. So I am allowed to do non-American stuff. And I've been working on other stuff over the last 5 years as well.
It would be funny, though, if that... I mean, of course, what you're saying, of course, checks out. But it would be funny if you were skiving off your job to do more work elsewhere.
That's right.
That would be funny. Is that what you're grateful for not having to write this article anymore?
No, my gratitude is not a plug. Actually, what I'm grateful for is the number of peppers that I've just met in various outside situations over, especially the last few weeks, but really over the last year. Look, I always enjoy it when peppers introduce themselves to me. Even when it's the guy yelling, "Let's get peppy" from a bike. shooting past and taking his hands off the handlebar in order to do the Chaz point. Look, potentially dangerous, but I really appreciated it. So yeah, I do always enjoy meeting you.
I feel like I should stop doing that point now if I'm going to cause someone's death.
It's a public safety issue.
Yes, yes. Well, look, what I'm grateful for is, well, it's a little bit pluggy too, but it's not me. I'm plugging a friend, well, actually probably my best friend in the world, Kirsten Drysdale. Some of you might remember her from the FAQ last year, or Reputation Rehab, or the Checkout before that. She's got a new YouTube show called The Internet Reviewed, where she is basically reviewing other content makers from a variety of online media, but she's not reviewing them for any reason that a normal person would review someone. She's not reviewing them for being entertaining or interesting or anything like that. No. She's reviewing them for being trustworthy, transparent, valuable, and accountable sources of information, because that is the kind of ornery and independent kind of work Kirsten's into, and she does way too much research, which is another reason I like her. And so she's looking for other people who do lots of research as well. And I am grateful for that, because she might be the last person on earth who actually cares about this kind of stuff. Certainly, I think those 4 adjectives have been used on the internet for the first time just now. And I'm not sure most people on the internet would even know those 4 adjectives.
I was going to say, has she found anything yet that meets those criteria?
She actually did. I'll play you an example of one which she was quite positive about. And I'll just show you. This is an example from her show.
Now, Quick Thoughts has posted over 500 videos in just under 2 years. And while I haven't watched every single one of those videos, I have watched a damn lot. And I think it's worth noting that most of his videos do seem to be targeting claims made by people on the left. And apparently that's something I'm not alone in noticing, because not too long ago, he posted a video addressing this very issue titled, "Am I Unbiased? No." And I'm going to play quite a long excerpt from that video, because I think he does a pretty great job of acknowledging his own bias and talking about how it affects his content.
So that there is a review of a TikTok fact checker called Quick Thoughts. And I'm particularly grateful because that video there, I hadn't heard of Quick Thoughts, and now I'm going to try and get them on the podcast because they look like the goods. So thank you, Kirsten, for that.
Sounds like what you're basically describing is the end of Blind Melon's No Rain video, where the girl in the bee costume finds all the other people in the bee costume.
Yes, that's exactly right. I was struggling to remember what you were referring to, but you're absolutely right. I would like to think that me right now is slightly less annoying than that music video, but I do feel the joy of the girl in the bee costume. I have found my element. Thank you to Kirsten Drysdale. And look, folks, right now, she is making these videos. She's spent hundreds of hours, honestly, researching each of these people's entire catalogue, because she thinks someone should, essentially. And I agree. If you're going to do a job, do it right. But she's doing it for like 12 people, and 3 of them are commenting saying this is too much detail, which is another reason why I really like her. And look, she does it anyway. She just doesn't care. So if you're interested, go have a look at it. I'll have a link in the blurb to when I'll give you a fun one. She excoriated Jackson Hinkle, who's a bit of a dick, and it's always fun when people bag other people out. So I'll link you to that one, and you'll enjoy that one. And look, Kirsten, I know you actually are a pepper, just for once. I hope people get into your stuff soon. Keep at it. I hope you don't give up before they do, because in my view, this is a very valuable service. So I hope people check it out. And I'm grateful for it, Kirsten. I am grateful. Dave, no correspondence. I just don't have the time for the correspondence. I'm literally 483 articles behind right now. I don't have the time to go through it. All I will note is I just love the correspondence from someone or other who pointed out we start every single episode by saying that we don't raise the stakes and inconsequential views. And we literally, in the last PEP with Bill, said that the Washington Post endorsement or non-endorsement was of no consequence, and then spent 40 minutes raising the stakes on it. So that was a great call from whoever you were. I wish I had your name because I love that. But I am going to catch up on some correspondence at some point in time, but it ain't going to be now. Let's get into the content, Dave. Let's start off. I hate to say this. I know it's like 3 days before the election, but honestly, the biggest story of the week was garbage times 2. So can you start us off on the first bit of garbage at the very least?
Yeah, look, appropriately, the end of blowout NBA games is referred to as garbage time. Now, this is not a blowout at all. This is like an NBA game that's tied with 5 seconds to go. But nonetheless, we're in garbage time. So, okay, it starts with Tony Hinchcliffe.
Yes.
Who I think was one of the first speakers at the Madison Square Garden rally. Like very, very low in the pecking order. Yeah. But it was his joke about Puerto Rico being a floating island of garbage that got all of the attention and that really got people riled up. This is the first time, I'm pretty sure, this year that I've seen the Trump campaign actually try to distance itself from something offensive. Yeah. Peter Navarro, I think, referred to Tony Hinchcliffe as the dumbest asshole ever to come down the comedy pike, which is quite a strong judgment. Yeah, everyone was on edge about this. Rick Scott was immediately talking about what great hardworking people Puerto Ricans are.
He also noted that it's not true. It's not true that Puerto Rico is a floating pile of garbage. So thank you, Rick. But my favorite quote was actually from Trump himself. This is the classic Trump disappearing act. I don't know him. Someone put him up there. I don't know who he is. I loved it. Classic Trump.
Fantastic. Okay, so why, of all the shit racist jokes that come out of the Trump orbit or racist comments, why was this one so bad? I mean, it wasn't substantively that different from things that we hear all the time from Trump. I didn't think it was any more offensive than suggesting that Haitian immigrants are eating people's pets in Ohio. Why was it that this one got all the traction? I think the basic answer is that because it didn't come from Trump himself. Yeah. It came from some fucking nobody. Somebody who isn't even very high up in Trump world. And the lesson from this is when somebody who isn't Trump or isn't one of Trump's closest allies tries to say the stuff that Trump says, everyone can see how bad it is. Everyone is appalled. Everyone says, why the fuck would you say that? If Trump himself had said it, all of his allies would have rushed to his defense and all of us just would have been used to him getting away with it. We would have expected him to get away with it as he got away with the Haitian immigrants eating pets comments. But when it's this comedian that no one's ever heard of before, everyone's like, why would you say that? Why would you target a group so specifically? Because I think that's the other thing people found very offensive, a group that is electorally important a week before election day. So the fact that, I mean, don't get me wrong, it was definitely an offensive comment, but I think it's very important to understand why people found it so offensive. It gives us an important insight into the nature of Trumpism, which is when it's not Trump who's saying it, people actually can see how bad it is. And they did see how bad it was very quickly. Okay. I
think, by the way, that's a critical point as well about the defense. Yes. Like there's no reason for anyone to run defense on Mr. Nobody. And I think that's such a critical part of how Trump gets away with it. Like people just have to defend him and they didn't have to defend this.
Yeah. And I mean, it is just fascinating to see who gets on the bill at these events. I mean, admittedly, they had a lot of time to fill at Madison Square Garden. Like they had 6 hours, but what are they doing wheeling Rudy Giuliani out? Well, like, isn't Giuliani widely acknowledged as a bit of an embarrassment at this point?
Yeah, I don't know why they booked him, but I know why he was there. They probably paid him. He needs money real bad right now. Okay, let me just add a couple of things to that, though, before we get to Garbage Part 2. All right. First of all, I learnt a few things this week in the last couple of days, about that joke, which I didn't know at the time. The first thing I learnt was I was saying to Bill in the last podcast that I found it weird how the joke seemed to come out of nowhere. It wasn't set up. It wasn't referring to anything at all. It was just out of the blue. And I found out why from Joe Rogan. Apparently, this is an old favourite joke of Tony Hinchcliffe's.
I got to tell you, that joke kills at comedy clubs. I don't like the joke. It kills. And I said to him, it's just like, if you're Puerto Rican and you hear that in the audience, like, oh, but it's a funny joke. The joke does well. But I said to him, I go, dude, that's the one that's going to get you stabbed.
Really?
Yes. And he used to talk about it on stage, saying, Joe Rogan always says, that's the one that's going to get me stabbed. Like,
wow.
Which is so crazy.
Yeah.
I think you'd pick stabbed at this point, given the shit that's going down.
I think it'll blow over, just like all these things do.
Yeah.
So that explains why it stuck out. He just shoved it in there. By the way, talking about Joe Rogan, his view of Hinchcliffe's bit was exactly the same as mine, which makes me worry a little bit. But his view was wondering why Hinchcliffe would ever put himself in that situation, because it was such a dumb idea for a comedian to perform at a political rally like that. This is what Joe Rogan had to say about that.
I tell all comedians, don't ever do comedy at something that's not a comedy event. Don't do it. Don't ever do comedy at a place that's doing also. Doing, is it gonna have a bunch of speakers and you're gonna go up and do 10 minutes? Don't ever do that. It's a terrible setup. It's a terrible setup, and it's a political rally, and you're doing jokes like you're in a comedy club. You can't. Don't do it.
Huge mistake. But I just wanted to say quickly before we go on to garbage part 2, why this is such a problem for Trump. Because it was a problem for Trump. My personal view is that it wouldn't necessarily affect the election, but it was doing a great impersonation of something that could affect the election.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you why he'd be worried. Because it's not just that there are 500,000 voters in Pennsylvania that are Puerto Rican, and that's a state that's likely to be decided by less than 100,000 votes. And there's also 115,000 Puerto Ricans in North Carolina, 65,000 in Wisconsin, 50,000 in Michigan. So that could really add up to 4 states. But also Puerto Ricans are traditionally left-leaning. They moved, though, quite a lot towards Trump in 2020. So they are the last voters on the boat, so to speak, of the good ship Trump, which means they're going to be the first off if something goes wrong. So there is definitely a threat there to Trump at losing a lot of votes in critical states. So I can understand why they'd be slightly concerned, and obviously the Harris supporters knew this as well, and so they were going very, very hard. Like, for instance, The View, they were trying desperately to make this about Trump himself, which I found quite amusing.
Then maybe, just maybe, this comedian, handpicked, chosen, vetted by the Trump campaign because he reflects what Trump has said his entire life.
But it wasn't just that. Kamala Harris, I don't know if her campaign turned this around in like an hour or if it's just an amazing coincidence. But the same day that this story broke, Kamala Harris put out a Puerto Rico policy. And so either she's super efficient or extremely lucky. And the plan was to increase tax credits for green electricity, to provide funding for strengthening Puerto Rico's electric grid so it can survive a hurricane. It wasn't to fix the Jones Act, which, by the way, someone should do at some point in time. But for those who don't know, this is a bit of a tangent treehouse. Hang on. There we go. The Jones Act, for those who don't know, stipulates that any goods shipped between US ports have to go on an American-owned, built and flagged ship with the majority American crew, which is essentially protection for the American shipping industry. But for an island like Puerto Rico, it's a nightmare because it means anything they want to import has to come on a Jones Act compliant ship, or it needs to come from some other country. And the result of that is that, like, for instance, say LNG, they can't get from America because there are no Jones Act compliant LNG ships. So they have to pay for their gas from foreign countries, which costs a lot more. According to the Cato Institute, they pay $692 million extra a year because of the Jones Act, or 1.1% of their expenditure extra. Having said that, the Cato Institute is very biased because they don't like any of this kind of protection. Anyway, that was all happening, not the Jones Act, but everything else at the same time. So I can see why Trump was so worked up and why he held a rally the next day in Allentown, which is where a lot of the Puerto Rican Pennsylvanians live, and also where Billy Joel's royalties live this week, because I've heard that song 55 times on CNN and on Fox and on MSNBC. So so that's why Trump went so hard. But Dave, go on.
Just thinking about the lyrics of Allentown.
Yes.
Now.
Yes.
Something happened on the way to that place. They threw an American flag in our face. So the fallout from garbage time lasted quite a bit longer than the Trump campaign would have liked.
Yes.
This was not one of those things that went away immediately. Puerto Rico's main newspaper editorialized for Harris. You had not just Bad Bunny, who'd been campaigning for Harris anyway, but also Jennifer Lopez and Ricky Martin getting on to social media and saying, this is what they really think of us, you should vote for Harris. Ricky Martin, probably not really anyone's idea of a political activist. Like when...
Yep. Just keep going, Dave. It's okay. For those who are wondering why Dave keeps pausing, it's because the lights keep turning off at the ABC and I keep having to stand up to activate them. So for those watching, you'll enjoy this podcast. Dave, keep going.
Yeah. Let's just say when Ricky Martin gets involved, you know it's really garbage time. But about, was it a day and a half or like 2 days and a half into garbage time? Who should weigh in but Joe Biden?
Let me play the entire grab because too many people are only playing the back half. So this is the whole grab.
Yes. Okay.
Donald Trump has no character. He doesn't give a damn about the Latino community. He's failed businessman. He only cares about the billionaire friends he has and accumulating wealth for those at the top. You know, he says immigrants are poisoning the blood of our country. Give me a break. He wants to do away with the birthright citizenship. Who the hell has said that in the last 100 years? And just the other day, a speaker at his rally called Puerto Rico a floating island of garbage. Well, let me tell you something. I don't know the Puerto Rican that I know, or Puerto Rico, where I'm in my home state of Delaware. They're good, decent, honorable people. The only garbage I see floating out there is his supporters. His demonization of Latinos is unconscionable, and it's un-American. It's totally contrary to everything we've done.
This was immediately pounced upon as an equalizing gaffe. Like something very similar to Hillary Clinton's basket of deplorables comment back in 2016. It was amazing to see how much, because I was seeing live updates on the New York Times website go, oh my God, what a fuck up. Like just when the Democrats were getting some momentum, now Biden goes and does something like this. Yeah. I've got reasons for thinking that this is, first of all, it's not equivalent to Hillary Clinton's basket of deplorables comment. Second, I don't think it's even equivalent to Tony Hinchcliffe's island of garbage comment.
Okay.
There are a few reasons for that. The first is, unlike Clinton in 2016, Biden is not the actual candidate now, which I think does matter to some extent. Second, we've just spent months talking about how Biden has no control over his own language anymore. He's constantly making gaffes. He's constantly saying things wrong. Yeah. If we can remember back a mere 3 months, this was actually the major story of the election campaign. Yeah. As far as gaffes go, this one's pretty mild by Biden's standards, but can also be pretty easily written off and was immediately explained as Biden saying something he didn't intend to explain, whereas the meaning of what Hillary Clinton said, or indeed the meaning of what Tony Hinchcliffe said was pretty clear. But the third thing is, as you say, Puerto Ricans, they are a fence-sitting, electorally important group who have just been specifically targeted in a very racist and quite a shocking way. Not shocking in the, entirely because comedians have probably been making some version of that joke since the 1940s, and Puerto Ricans are very used to discrimination, but hearing someone wheel that out now a week before the election. Okay, so what's the difference between that and Biden allegedly calling Trump supporters garbage? Well, it's because Trump supporters are constantly stewing in a sense of their own victimization, right? What marginal vote would this comment affect at all? Is there a Trump supporter who's not planning on voting for Trump, but is now planning on voting for Trump because Biden called them garbage?
Yeah.
Like, what is going on here with the electoral mathematics of this? Whereas you could see the potentially direct electoral impact of what Tony Hinchcliffe said, it's kind of hard to see the electoral impact of what Biden said. And this is not like 8 years ago when it was, it was quite a different political environment. There was this real sense that Trump was getting people into politics for the first time who were disengaged. And there was this real sense that these were the kinds of people that Hillary Clinton was talking about. So it could well have driven votes towards Trump. Now, there's an obvious point as well that Tony Hinchcliffe is not the candidate in this election here.
The candidate denies knowing him.
Yes, the candidate does in fact deny. But we've already explained why it's the fact that he's not the candidate that actually caused the problem in the first place here. But I don't think that this gaffe was either equivalent to Tony Hinchcliffe or equivalent to Hillary Clinton in 2016. But it's amazing how much coverage it has actually driven.
Okay, let me tell you, first of all, why I disagree with you that this is of no consequence at all. I mean, I don't think it's going to change the election either, to be clear. But I think this is a pain in the ass for Kamala Harris, and I'll tell you why. Firstly, it's the timing. It occurred right when Kamala Harris was trying to reach out with her closing argument. She's been on this fascist turn recently, which we'll be talking about a little bit later on, and she was trying to turn the ship around and end off on a positive note and reaching out to the other side and all the rest of it and being the president for everyone, all people. And right when that happens, this is the story. It not only undermined her message, but it actually stomped all over her message so that people wouldn't even heard her message. They would just heard this stupid gaffe from Biden this should have been a day's news coverage for Kamala Harris, and it was a day's news coverage for Joe Biden. so that's the first problem. Oh, by the way, this is a point made by Scott Jennings, of all people, on CNN, but it's a great point. Why was Biden speaking at the same time as Kamala Harris? He was on. Why is he doing a Zoom interview at the same time as the nominee is giving her big speech? It's such a clusterfuck. It really is.
Yeah, no, very, very true. I mean, he is the president of the United States. He should be allowed to do an interview if he wants to. But from a strategic point of view, assuming he wants Harris to win the election,
he wasn't.
Very good point, Scott Jennings.
He wasn't doing an interview with Netanyahu. He was doing an interview with Voto Latino. Couldn't it have been some other time? It's very strange. But anyway, so I think that this was that to begin with was a real problem for Kamala Harris. But the bigger problem is what's come since, which is the other story associated with this, which is about the transcript, which I think is a much more serious story. And that's not going to go away because people are going to keep on digging. And
House Republicans want an inquiry into it.
Knock me out with a feather. Yeah, who would have thought? But leaving aside House Republicans being House Republicans, this is actually a genuine controversy. This is not a bullshit story. This is an actual controversy. And so, just before I explain to people what I'm talking about there, let me take a step back to build up to it, which is I wasn't going to spend too long trying to take apart what Joe Biden said, because I did that on Planet America, and I think we did enough of that. But it's suffice to say, number one, to your point before about why Joe Biden's gaffes don't matter so much, when you look at that whole bit of the speech that we played, most of it made no sense. It was very umming and ahhing, full of words that didn't belong where they went, and it was just a mess. And so it became very hard to decipher what the hell he was saying. Which also, when I'm sitting there going, I was sitting there thinking to myself, I'm sure he's not meaning to call every single person who votes for Trump garbage. Even though it sounds like he is. Like, he's clearly not meaning that, because that would be an idiotic thing to do. Like, what's the motivation? He's a politician. He knows you don't do that 5 days before an election, right? Like, that just doesn't make any sense. And in fact, in the past, he's never done that either. When he's gone the MAGAs, when he had remember the Red MAGA speech, he is very careful to start off by saying, now, there are people who vote Republican who, just traditionally Republican, all the rest of it. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about the people who are hardcore, dyed-in-the-wool MAGA. Like, he tries to distinguish between, inverted commas, the good Republicans and the bad Republicans. That's what he does every time. And the fact that he didn't do that now suggests he didn't mean to be talking about all of them. It occurs to me that it's possible that he was saying, what he was meaning to say was something like, the only garbage I see floating out there is his supporters like Tony Hinchcliffe, but he couldn't remember the guy's name, so he just stopped on supporters. It's his equivalent of old mate. Or one of the Facebook peppers pointed out, maybe he meant to say, the only garbage I see floating out there is from his supporters, rather than his supporters. He just missed a word. Those are all credible things. I don't know what he meant to say. I'm just pretty sure he didn't mean to destroy Kamala Harris's campaign. That much I'm pretty sure about. Right? So anyway, the reason I bring that up is because there was a transcript that was sent around by the White House, which suggested what he meant to have is an apostrophe after supporters. So that it was, so if you just watch it again.
Well, let me tell you something. I don't know the Puerto Rican that I know, or Puerto Rico, where I'm in my home state of Delaware. They're good, decent, honorable people. The only garbage I see floating out there is his supporters. His demonization of seen as unconscionable.
That is supposedly the only garbage I see floating out there is his supporters' demonization of Latinos is unconscionable and it's un-American, which makes no sense. So I don't think that's what he's trying to say either. But the transcript was odd.
Demonization is the garbage.
Well, that's what the transcript was suggesting.
Yeah.
But it seemed to me like one of the less likely things he was trying to say. And yet there it was in the White House transcript with an apostrophe. And I found that odd. And then that's when this story broke. Why it was so odd was because it wasn't in the transcript. That someone had tampered with the transcript. Like, did you know this, Dave? Have you heard this?
No, but tampering with the transcript of something where there's a widely available video of the statement doesn't seem like mastermind stuff to me.
No, it's very incompetent, as was the tampering to begin with. And the reason we know about this is because an internal email from the official stenographer was leaked to AP, and they were furious about this, right? The White House press office apparently, quote, according to the email, conferred with the president and then changed the official transcript. The supervisor in the email said the press officer's handling of the matter was, quote, a breach of protocol and spoliation of transcript integrity between the stenography and press officers. If there is a difference in interpretation, the press office may choose to withhold the transcript, but cannot edit it independently. Our stenography office transcript released to our distribution, which includes the National Archives, is now different than the version edited and released to the public by press office staff. That's a crime. Altering an official document is a crime. And that's so much worse than Biden's gaffe in the first place, right? I just don't know what to do with the White House at the moment. They seem so incompetent. So I think that is of much more consequence than the original gaffes, and that's why the gaffe was unfortunate, in my view. I mean, what do you think? Do you think I'm overly worked up about this? It just seems to me like real cut price Nixon stuff, like really, really, like the world's cheapest $2 store version.
As I say, it's completely pointless.
Yeah.
Like, the recording is out there. It's completely pointless. I mean, I still don't think it matters very much. But in terms of the White House at the moment, like, just imagine being in their situation where everyone's completely lost respect for the president. The president isn't even running again. Yeah. Just running out, not running for president, just running out the clock. Everything that he says is an incoherent mess. I mean, probably none of us would be doing our best work under those circumstances.
Yeah. Sure, but he wasn't the one who altered the transcript, I hope. So someone else isn't doing their best work as well. Okay, I got a couple other things to say about this before. If you have anything else, you can jump in. But first of all, I think we really need to take a moment, Dave, to just consider how amusing the supremely bad faith from Republicans was about this gaffe. It really was very. I mean, look. I was no fan of the way the Democrats were running on Tony Hinchcliffe's joke. I thought that was a bit sad and pathetic, and also a bit desperate. I understand that there's when there's 5 days left in the election, you do whatever you like. All's fair with 5 days left in the election. But this was special. This was another level. Okay, first of all, Charlie Kirk, right? I'm going to read you his reaction. Joe Biden is using dehumanizing language towards 80 million Americans, calling Trump supporters garbage. This is how the worst atrocities of the 20th century begin again in 2024. They think you are garbage, therefore worthy of elimination. The worst atrocities of the 20th century, Dave. He thinks Biden's Zoom call with Voto Latino is going to trip off a new Stalinist purge of tens of millions of people. But that's not all. How about Stephen Miller? I love all caps here. I always love reading all caps tweets. On Kamala's instructions, Joe Biden called 150 million Americans, including cops, soldiers, union workers, steel workers, nurses, paramedics, border agents, firefighters, World War II veterans, garbage. He called them all garbage. While he and Kamala lavish benefits and love on criminal, illegal, alien gang members, Biden is asleep now, fast asleep in bed, his staff pretending to post for him while he sleeps, a stone-cold line about what he said on camera. On camera. Biden told you what he and Kamala really think about you, your family, your kids, and your loved ones.
See, can I just reiterate? This is one of the reasons why I don't think the impact of this is very great, because these are the same thoughts that these people are thinking all the time. And this is what they're saying all the time. But we're about to be sent to the gulags. That this is one of Charlie Kirk's eternal lines, like when he was talking to some pastor who was suggesting Christians weren't going to vote in high enough numbers this year. He said, well, enjoy the gulags.
Yeah.
They're like they're always on about this stuff. I don't see much marginal impact here.
Look, that's fair enough. And look, at least if Charlie Kirk does go to the gulags, he'll have the company of cops, soldiers, and World War II veterans.
That's right. By the way, I love the
and your loved ones
from Charlie Kirk to Stephen Miller. So for Charlie Kirk, it's 80 million people. For Stephen Miller, it's 150 million people.
It is. For Trump, it was 250 million people.
Yeah.
The next stop is trillions.
That's right.
I think.
All just united in their hatred of dehumanizing rhetoric, which neither they nor anyone they support would ever use.
Well, if we're talking about hypocrisy, I think my favorite bit of hypocrisy came from JD Vance, actually.
Of course, yes.
Because this was him talking about Tony Hinchcliffe's joke.
Yeah.
I think that we as a country, and I think that includes the press, it includes the Kamala Harris campaign, and it certainly includes our campaign, the way that we unite the country is to talk about the issues the American people care the most about. And I think a lot of Americans are sick of the distractions and sick of the BS. They want our candidates to talk about how they're going to solve the people's problems, and that's what we ought to do. But I think that we have to stop getting so offended at every little thing in the United States of America. I'm so over it.
I agree with you, JD. We do get too easily offended. I'm over it too. 100% JD. The problem is JD Vance was very quickly under it again as soon as Biden's gaffe happened. And he tweeted, "This is disgusting. Kamala Harris and her boss, Joe Biden, are attacking half the country. There is no excuse for this. I hope Americans reject it." So that was pretty rank hypocrisy, I thought, between those two.
Another way of saying something, which I've already said, is, okay, I think Bad Bunny was genuinely upset by Tony Hinchcliffe. I think Ricky Martin was genuinely upset, and Jennifer Lopez and all the other Puerto Ricans whose names we don't know, I think they were genuinely upset. None of these people are genuinely upset.
Yeah.
Not in this. This didn't cause the slightest emotional disturbance to any of these people, right? This is the same energy that we always get from them, no matter what anybody is saying. They are always having these fantasies of victimization. It's one of the reasons I think this has no effect.
Fair enough. Do you have anything to add about this one before we move on?
No, let's close the garbage can on this.
Just before you do, I got Tangent Treehouse.
Oh.
Off this.
Yes.
It's something you mentioned before, which was the basket of deplorables. We've heard a lot about the basket of deplorables this week, ever since this gaffe.
Yeah.
And this actually reminded me of how much the basket of deplorables comment annoyed me 8 years ago. And I'm not talking about the actual comment itself. I'm talking about how it was distorted by the media.
Yes.
I was going to replay the video because I played it like 10 times on Planet America back in 2016 because I really had a head of steam up about this one. But the full video is no longer even online.
Wow.
So I'm going to read out the transcript for you. This is the full section of the basket of deplorables quote you probably haven't heard unless you watched Planet America in 2016. "We are living in a volatile political environment. You know, to just be grossly generalistic, you could put half of Trump supporters into what I call the basket of deplorables, right? The racist, sexist, homophobic, xenophobic, Islamophobic, you name it. And unfortunately, there are people like that. And he has lifted them up. He has given voice to their websites that used to have only 11,000 people, now have 11 million people. He tweets and retweets their offensive, hateful, mean-spirited rhetoric. Now, some of those folks, they are irredeemable. But thankfully, they're not America. But the other basket, and I know this because I see friends from all over America here. I see friends from Florida and Georgia and South Carolina and Texas, as well as, New York and California. But that other basket of people are people who feel that the government has let them down, the economy has let them down, nobody cares about them, nobody worries about what happens to their lives and their futures, and they're just desperate for change. It doesn't really even matter where it comes from. They don't buy everything he says, but he seems to hold out some hope that their lives will be different. They won't wake up and see their jobs disappear, lose a kid to heroin, feel like they're in a dead end. Those are people we have to understand and empathize with as well. The basket of deplorables speech was actually a call for tolerance of Trump supporters.
Yes.
Ironically, it's become synonymous with intolerance of Trump supporters, when it was actually the direct opposite. That was her clearing her throat before she made her actual point. So there you go.
Look, I think that the media jumping on both of these stories is symptomatic of the same thing, which is Trump says awful shit all the time. The media has an obligation to cover it. They're constantly getting screamed at conservatives for being biased because they just report on things that Trump says and does. So any opportunity that there is to see something equalizing, they grab it. that as a way of saying, like, no, look, we're equally critical. We're equally critical of the other side. I think that's the basic symptom. It's pointless because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how fair they try to be. They're going to get the same criticisms. But yeah, that was the biggest resonance of that for me. It's back to the fact that the media has never quite figured out the problem of the asymmetry that they have to deal with between Trump and his opponents.
Yep, that is true. Okay, Dave, let's close that garbage can you previewed before.
Hold it down.
By the way, Trump's spent the last week calling America a garbage can. I can't believe it hasn't been more publicised, given it's the week of garbage. Anyway, let's talk about the closing arguments. We're at the end of the campaign. Trump's. We'll start with Trump's closing argument because that's quite easy. It's quite simple. He's been going big on immigration. This was his generic final ad.
Kamala backed Biden on everything. She was the deciding vote for his disastrous economic agenda. They raised taxes on the middle class, and prices soared. Kamala was in charge of his open border policies, giving welfare to illegals while Americans struggle. And their weakness invited wars. Now Kamala wants to double down on failure. It's time to turn the page on Joe and Kamala's failed agenda. President Trump fights for you. His strength kept us safe. Trump cut taxes for families. Prices were lower and the border secure. Now, President Trump can do it again.
And we are going to launch a new golden age of American success for the citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed.
Remember, Kamala broke it.
Basically, given Kamala Harris the whole Biden administration at this point, Joe Biden never existed, much like Tony Hinchcliffe to Donald Trump. Tony Hinchcliffe and Joe Biden are on some island somewhere, maybe in the TV show Lost. As far as Trump is concerned, he doesn't know either of them existed. This was, though, a pretty snappy line talking about Kamala Harris having responsibility for the whole Biden administration. I will give him credit. It was a snappy line from J.D. Vance.
When she was asked what she would do differently compared to Joe Biden, she said, nothing comes to mind. She's running on how she's going to be different, but she couldn't name a single thing that she would do differently than Joe Biden. Now, I will say that could be the Kamala Harris official campaign slogan. Kamala Harris, nothing comes to mind.
What are your thoughts on Trump's closing argument generally, Dave?
If Trump ends up losing, one of the things people might look back on is that he put all of the eggs in the immigration basket when he didn't need to. That every issue on which he could have campaigned, especially the economy, especially inflation, he always, to the extent he talked about it at all, he always linked that to immigration. Everything had to be an immigration issue. Women are going to support Trump because he'll protect them whether they like it or not from immigrants. Crime is a problem because of immigrants. The economy is a problem because of immigrants. If you don't buy the immigration narrative that he's pushing, or if you are one of the vast majority of people who don't put immigration at the very top of the list of issues, I think that Trump's undercutting himself here. If I were in his position, I would have focused almost exclusively on the economy, maybe a bit on immigration because it is something that people are worried about. But in terms of what is actually going to pull in all of those marginal voters, what is the thing that has actually been hurting everybody over the last 4 years? What is the thing that people have very direct experience of in a way that they don't really have direct experience of immigration or the border? It's inflation. It's the state of the economy. It's the fact that America is so hard to live in and it's so hard to afford anywhere to live in the United States. I would have thought hammering that would be a far more effective argument. than really, just pushing this line that it reduces everything to immigration, right? If you don't think that the solution to every problem is through immigration, then you're not going to be very convinced by that. So, yeah, I think, I mean, who knows? There's a very good chance that he will win. Maybe this will be seen as a stroke of electoral genius. But, if he doesn't win, this is going to be one of the things that people are looking at.
Yeah, that could well fit into what I was doing with Bill on Wednesday about doing pre-hindsight calls about what might be hindsight in 2 weeks' time. The exit polls will make it very clear whether immigration was an effective line of argument or not. Yeah. And if Trump loses, we may be arguing that might become conventional wisdom.
Because he's been very explicit that this is his theory. He says, because people have been begging him to talk more about the economy, and he says immigration trumps the economy. Whenever he has a chance to talk about the economy, he talks about immigration instead. And he throws away, I think, not only what is his strongest argument, but what would be the strongest argument of any candidate at this point. It's almost unthinkable that a Democrat can actually win this election given people's perceptions of the economy. As I mentioned a few weeks ago, looking at all of those forecasters these are people who specialize in forecasting without reference to the polls, looking at the two main factors, which is presidential approval rating and people's perceptions of the economy. On those factors alone, Trump should be winning by a lot. Maybe he will win by a lot. But if, even if it's close, that seems like a mediocre performance, just given the importance of the economy. But yeah, anyway.
Yeah, look, I'm inclined to agree with you. 28% of Americans, according to the New York Times, Siena, say that the country's on the right track. 28%. Those numbers are always low. The right track numbers are always in the 30s and 40s, but 28%. He should be, this should be, this is I've been saying this for 18 months, that this is Trump's election to lose because of that. And because,
that's right. And you told Peter Fitzsimons that Trump had a 75% chance of winning.
Yes, I did. That was halfway through 2023. You're absolutely right. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Should pull that out. Okay, so what about Harris's closing argument then? She started for the last 3 weeks. There's been a lot of fascism talk. I'll play the enemy within ad, which we saw played a lot recently.
Donald Trump, more dangerous, more erratic than ever before.
Echoing fascist.
The worst people are the enemies from within.
The enemy from within are more dangerous than Russia.
We have some very bad people. It should be very easily handled by the military.
I do remember the day that he suggested that we shoot people on the streets.
A second term would be worse. There will be no one to stop his worst instincts. Unchecked power, no guardrails. If we elect Trump again, we're in terrible danger.
Okay, so that was the tone of the last few weeks. And it was interesting because there's a genuine argument within her campaign between, it seems, the ex-Biden people who are running her campaign and her super PAC. The super PAC was saying this is a mistake. They were saying as loud as they could. They're not allowed to communicate directly with Kamala Harris, but by law. So what they did was they kept on sending out public emails saying this is a mistake. For instance, they sent out a public email last week with these are some of the headings. Attacking Trump's fascism is not that persuasive. And Trump is exhausted, isn't working. Quote, purely negative attacks on Trump's character are less effective than contrast messages that include positive details about Kamala Harris's plans to address the needs of everyday Americans. That's what they said. And you could tell that's what they thought because these are the kinds of ads that that they are running.
20 of you, and you're rich as hell. We're going to give you tax cuts. We're going to pay.
I'm not rich as hell. I'm the one that really needs the break, not the people that are already rich and have the money. The 1% don't serve anybody but themselves. So for them to get a tax break, no, that's not cool. Kamala Harris is going to make billionaires pay their fair share, and she's going to cut taxes for working people like me. I'm Buddy, and I'm not rich as hell, and I'm voting for Kamala Harris.
FFPAC is responsible for the content of this ad.
And they weren't alone. Political scientists Dave Brookman and Joshua Culler, they tried to determine Harris's best message earlier in the year. They ran a study with 100,000 survey respondents. They split them up to watch 76 fictional campaign ads, and they found pocketbook issues did much better. The 5 highest performing ads were about Social Security, Medicare, COVID-19 relief spending, and a minimum wage hike. And reducing the cost of living. The top ad involving Trump's threat to democracy was ranked number 27. And then Blue Rose Research replicated those findings as well. They asked respondents how they were going to vote. They showed one of 30 Democratic messages, then asked them again how they're going to vote. The highest performing message, increasing support by 1.2%, was this: the election is a choice between 2 different visions for America. Harris will take on price gouging to bring down grocery prices and lower the cost of health insurance. Trump wants to cut taxes for the wealthy. Harris wants to cut taxes for the middle class. You may not always agree with her, but she'll lift up the middle class and be a president for all Americans. Whereas one of the worst performing messages, only increasing by 0.3%, was Trump's own White House chief of staff, a former 4-star general, said in an interview on October 22 that he agreed with many of Trump's policies, but still does not want him to become president again. The general said he's certainly an authoritarian, admires people who are dictators, so he certainly falls into the general definition of fascist, for sure. So, what do you think, Dave? Who's right, the super PAC or the campaign?
Look, I think that the campaign's position reflects the fact, and I think this has been visible ever since the debate, their theory is that this election's going to be won with Nikki Haley voters.
Yeah.
That's who they're going after. That is who Harris has been speaking to most directly for the last 2 months. It's Nikki Haley voters.
Yeah.
And to some extent, it doesn't matter whether she gets them to vote for her or to stay at home. The point is just that there's 20% of Republicans who didn't vote for Trump in the primaries. You can take for granted that like half of them will definitely vote for Trump anyway at the election, but it's that 10% sliver of Republicans who, by some estimates, are maybe this time around more likely not to vote for Trump than they were in 2020. That is who she's going after. That's what helps make sense of all of this. These are not people who want to hear about Kamala Harris taking on price gouging because they think that that's socialistic. They don't want to hear about the evils of Trump's tax cuts for the wealthy because that is potentially describing them. What is going to motivate them to vote for Harris or not to vote at all is the perception that Trump poses such a serious threat to democracy that the fact that he's a Republican doesn't matter. That, I think, is who this message is really for. I think the shift in tone that we've seen over the course of the campaign reflects that when Harris first appeared, her first job was to get Democrats back. That was an enormous task. Democrats were so demoralized, so demobilized, and so convinced that they were going to lose that she needed a message to just bring the Democratic coalition back to life, right? That message was joy. That message was that Trump and Vance weren't anything to be afraid of because they're just weird. That message was we can beat them and we're going to beat them through all of these joyous means. That 6 weeks of that, she reassembled the Democratic coalition. She put herself in a position to do far better than Biden could have done. It even felt a bit like Obama in 2008 to a lot of people. But we saw the ceilings kick in, right? And the ceilings are still, there was only so far that she could rise, because the nature of the American electorate is there are only so many supporters out there for each candidate. Then it becomes this, you know, this fight over these tiny slivers of the population. And I think that's what she's been doing for the last 2 months. It's going after Nikki Haley voters. I think that's what helps make sense of all of this. Now, she'll be hoping that the, you know, quietly putting away all the Joy stuff hasn't discouraged Democrats, that she, you know, she did the job of getting them back. But, you know, that's not who she's been talking to for the last 2 months.
Yeah. For what it's worth, she at least seemed to be taking the super PAC's advice for her closing ad, like her main final ad, because that was this. And it certainly has a bit of, it's a bit kind of half-half.
Next January, one of us will be president. If it's Donald Trump, he will wake up every day and stew over his enemies list. That will help no one. If I am president, I'll be focused on my to-do list for you, the American people. I'll cut costs by cracking down on corporate price gouging, make housing more affordable, lower taxes for middle-class families, and protect Social Security. I will focus on getting things done. I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message. Let's get to work.
So it starts off by contrasting to Trump and then moves to positive policies to round off. And in her closing argument, the one that Biden completely drowned out, she did have a few minutes where she reached out to Republicans. She did a fair bit of anti-Trump stuff, but then she was reaching out as well. I'll play a bit of that.
America, we know what Donald Trump has in mind. More chaos, more division, and policies that help those at the very top and hurt everyone else. I offer a different path, and I ask for your vote. And here is my pledge to you. I pledge to seek common ground and common sense solutions to make your life better. I am not looking to score political points. I am looking to make progress. I pledge to listen to experts, to those who will be impacted by the decisions I make, and to people who disagree with me. Unlike Donald Trump, I don't believe people who disagree with me are the enemy. He wants to put them in jail. I'll give them a seat at the table. I pledge to you to approach my work with the joy and optimism that comes from making a difference in people's lives. And I pledge to be a president for all Americans. And to always put country above party and self.
So they're seeming to want to have their cake and eat it, which, oh, by the way, on that note, as an amusing aside, Jesse Waters had the last 5 minutes of that speech on Fox, because it just fell over the hour. And the chyrons, they're the little banners on the bottom of the screen during Jesse Waters' show, were quite funny. He clearly has his own chyron writer, because they were a very different quality to the chyrons before Jesse Waters' show. I'll read you some of them. So this is all during for 4 minutes. These chyrons were the chyrons for 4 minutes, and that's it. Kamala delivers dark closing argument. Kamala pledges unity while attacking Trump. Kamala makes her case after 4 years of chaos. Kamala elects me to fix my own mistakes. Kamala vows change after 4 years in power. Kamala closes with fear and fascism. Kamala, at least I'm not Trump. So they were the chyrons during the last 4 minutes of her speech with Jesse Waters. I'm not sure Fox will have been convinced by that speech. So, do you have any other thoughts about closing arguments before we move on to the big questions?
Not really, no. I mean, I felt Harris's closing argument really didn't add much at all. Yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah, I was going to say, my take on all this stuff, it's probably been very dissatisfying to people who have been interviewing me this week. I've been doing a lot of interviews, and I've answered probably half the questions I've been asked with, makes no difference. The election's already done. We just don't know who's won yet. So, I feel like everything is baked in, In America, it takes ages to get a message to spread. Especially the last few days are always a mess.
I actually don't entirely agree that it's been decided yet, but because I think that given how close it is, I think people's last minute decisions are going to decide it. But I do think that it's beyond the reach of either candidate to do anything about it now.
Right, I see. You think acts of God maybe, but not.
Yeah. I think, in other words, that what's going to decide the election is the things that are unobservable to us and uninfluenceable by the candidate. So it's not determined yet, but it may as well be from our point of view.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. Well, my first question then, the big questions to be answered.
Yep.
The gendered campaign. This is the most gendered campaign I can think of. Certainly, there have been plenty of times when Democrats have reached out to women, but I can't remember a campaign where the Democrats reached this hard out to women while Republicans are reaching out that hard to men.
Yeah.
Who does it help more?
Well, that's one of the things that we're not going to know until Election Day. Generally, a gap that looks like Harris getting 55% of women and Trump getting 55% of men, you would expect that to advantage Harris because women have voted in higher numbers in recent years. But here's where the Trump campaign's theory of the election comes in. It's that there is this big reservoir of Trump-minded men out there who don't normally vote. And so if you can get them out, you win. You tip the scales in your favor. So it's, yes, it's been a problem for them that women vote in higher numbers, but hey, what if your campaign is specifically directed at evening up that parity? Then you're going to win. Their theory is there are just far more voters who don't normally vote for, far more male voters who don't normally vote out there who are going to vote for Trump if they can be persuaded than there are female voters who wouldn't normally vote who can be persuaded to vote for Harris. That's their theory. So we will not know until Election Day what works, whether they actually have succeeded in getting these non-habitually voting men out there. Yes, it could turn out to be a major factor in the election, or if it turns out that women do vote in higher numbers again, and you can think of all kinds of reasons why they would, especially given the way that elections have gone over the last few years. Add into that the Dobbs factor. Then this could be one of those things that looks like this was a very, it was very obvious either way what was going to happen. This is another pre-hindsight thing. It could turn out to be, yes, it was very obvious that Harris was going to win because she had more of the support of the group that votes more, or it was really obvious that Trump was going to win because he saw which group could still actually be mobilized. What was the one group left where there were actually votes just sitting on the table? We're not going to know until Election Day.
Yeah, it was interesting, I thought, some of the tactics used. I played this ad on Planet America from a Democratic, Evangelical and Catholic super PAC. Yes, they exist. Suggesting that wives should vote secretly for Harris, keep the secret from their husbands. I'm not sure if you've seen it. This is the ad.
Your turn, honey.
In the one place in America where women still have a right to choose, you can vote any way you want. And no one will ever know.
Did you make the right choice?
Sure did, honey.
Remember, what happens in the booth stays in the booth. Vote Harris Wallace. Vote Common Good is responsible for the contents of this ad.
Now, that's not necessarily the best ad to be listening to. It's a very visual ad, but the reason I played it was because I really want to play Charlie Kirk's response to it. Because when you're talking about gendered, it don't get much more gendered than this.
And she needs people to basically lie to their husbands, which they are promoting, by the way, which I find that entire advertising campaign so repulsive. It is so disastrous. It is just like
I'll show it in a minute.
It is the embodiment of the downfall of the American family. I think it's so gross. I think it's so just nauseating where this wife is wearing you'll show it, wearing the American hat. She's coming in with her sweet husband who probably works his tail off to make sure that she can go, and have a nice life and provides for the family. And then she lies to him saying, oh yeah, I'm going to vote for Trump. And then she votes for Kamala Harris as her little secret in the voting booth. Kamala Harris and her team believe that there will be millions of women that undermine their husbands and do so in a way that it's not detectable in the polling. So that's something they're counting on. And if that's correct, that speaks for much deeper moral decay of the country, Megan, than anything that politics could ever solve, right?
I love how personally he takes it. Charlie Kirk is more upset about that ad than he is about the impending slaughter of millions because of Joe Biden's gaffe.
Yes. Look, that is just incredible. The insecurities that Charlie Kirk is speaking to, that you're going to be cucked at the voting booth.
Undermined.
Yes.
I don't know much, but I know I wouldn't want to be Charlie Kirk's wife right now. She better check the place for spy cameras when she gets home, I reckon.
So if you're wondering, Charlie Kirk is married to Erica Franzvi, born 1988, a podcaster and businesswoman who won the Miss Arizona USA pageant competition in 2012. And is maybe a Harris voter. Charlie Kirk wouldn't know because Harris is encouraging tens of millions of women to lie to their husband. Their sweet husband who probably works his tail off so that she can vote.
I wonder if that's how Charlie Kirk sees himself, as working his tail off, doing whatever the hell he does.
Podcasting his tail off. Look, I mean, I suppose another thing worth mentioning in that dynamic that I was talking about earlier is you can't go after one group as much as both of these sides have been doing without potentially alienating supporters in the other group. But I think Trump's been leading a lot harder into the fuck it, we don't need women thing. Yeah. Like the way that they've been going after male voters is in a way that I think there's almost like a one-to-one cost for every male voter they get. They're losing a female voter. Like the increasing obscenity, the increasing kind of pandering to the tastes of men below the age of 25, the real kind of appeal to men through just resentment of women. I think there would have potentially been other ways to go after men that were not so alienating to women as what they've been doing.
Ooh,
Whereas
Dave, you're suggesting that they could have alienated women with some of the way they've been reaching out for men. I mean, I can't see what you're talking about. I was playing an ad, which I feel, I reckon this is an ad which was unite everyone. I don't see how this could alienate women at all.
Kamala Harris is a C word. You heard that right. A big old C word. In fact, all of the other C words think she's the biggest C word of them all. That's right, she's a tax-hiking, regulation-loving, gun-grabbing communist. And the worst part, she's proud of it. Kamala Harris, the C word America simply can't afford. See you nationwide, Tuesday, November 5th.
I just want to point out a couple of things about that ad before you go on with the point you're about to make. Firstly, like it wasn't enough to use the phrase C word about 10 times already. They had to sneak in a cackling laugh as well in the background. And they also had to sneak in See You Nationwide Tuesday at the end as well, because that wasn't enough. It wasn't enough of a reference at that point in time. It was too subtle, they felt. So they needed to just make it a little bit more obvious. The ad, by the way, I'm getting pulled by. That's from Elon Musk's super PAC.
Of course, because when that would have been shown to Elon Musk, he would have been like, "Oh my God, this is the funniest thing that I've seen since I saw a really funny joke in the Babylon Bee last week." Like, this is absolutely what Musk thinks is funny and clever.
Yeah, but they're pulling the ads because it didn't get the reaction they were looking for. But anyway, sorry, I interrupted. I just saw the perfect opportunity to play the ad, so I just had to take it. Make the point you wanted to make, though, Dave.
Yeah, so I think there would have been more effective ways to go after men that didn't just involve alienating women. And also, I don't think this is completely symmetrical. I think that Harris's appeal to women, I think it will have alienated some men, but not on the same scale. Not on that same, what I think is probably one-to-one scale that Trump and Musk were doing. Yeah.
Well, also the other thing is that there's my gut instinct is that the gender polarization favors women and Democrats in this election, maybe not every election, but in this election, because there's an issue attached to it, which is abortion.
Yes. Yeah.
There is no issue attached to men. Like what's the issue that Donald Trump is offering? I mean, Donald Trump offers sympathy. He offers, tribal solidarity. He offers, understanding. But what's the issue that he offers to help these men?
What is the issue over which policymakers have direct control? Yeah. I mean, I've said before, part of the power of the abortion issue is policymakers have direct control over it.
Yeah.
There is a direct line between what they say they will do and what they can do. That makes it very different from inflation. That makes it very different from climate change. Makes it even quite different from immigration as an issue. There is no equivalent male issue out there.
Maybe, though, now I think about it, maybe the Trump campaign logic is, look, we're going to lose the women anyway. There's going to be women who are going to, lots of women are going to vote for Kamala Harris because of abortion. We can't stop it. We're doing our best. We can't stop it. We might as well try and take advantage. Since we're not going to get them, we can afford to alienate them while peeling off some of their voters. That might be the logic.
If that's not what they're thinking, they're doing a very good impression of people who are thinking that. And it seems pretty short-sighted given that Trump managed to get majorities of white women at the last couple of elections. If he doesn't get a majority of white women this time, it's going to be quite hard for him to win with a compensatory angry young man vote. But yeah, maybe he will.
Okay, next question. Should Harris have gone on Rogan? Because that was the big factor in the last week that could have made a difference one way or another, which, I wasn't really surprised she didn't take that option. She tends to take the cautious option. But Rogan said they offered a date for Tuesday, as in Harris's campaign, but I would have had to travel to her and they only wanted to do an hour. I strongly feel the best way to do it is in the studio in Austin. My sincere wish is to just have a nice conversation and get to know her as a human being. I really hope we can make it happen. And that's what he tweeted. It didn't happen. Do you think it was smart for the Harris campaign to insert and insist on those conditions?
I mean, you can imagine some kind of marginal gain in her doing it, not only because she might have reached some potential voters, but also because they found that one of the positive qualities that people identify in Harris is that, she's brave and she's ready to take people on. That might have helped contribute to that perception. I don't think it's going to matter that much in the end, to be honest.
Sure.
But yeah, I mean, by imposing those conditions, that makes it look like they just didn't want to do it, but also didn't want to make it look like she was backing down from it. I don't think it's going to make that much of a difference in the end.
I got to say, I would, if I was her, I would have definitely taken the opportunity, because as long as she can be normal. If she's going to be a robot, don't do it. But if she can be normal, which I think there's no reason why she can't, I think that would have been great for her, because not only is there 10 million viewers, but it would have been surprising to people. Surprising means cut through.
Yes.
It would have given her a day of good publicity. That is a nice thing when there's only a few days left.
Yeah.
I think it could have stopped some men switching, potentially. If she was actually, if she was a normal person, I reckon it could have been a narrative scrambler, because Rogan would have been good to her. I'm sure of that. Rogan wants to be a bipartisan kingmaker, right? It's in his interest.
Yes, yeah.
For her to be glad she did it.
Yeah.
And for her audience to come to him for the first time and then want to stay. Like, it's a great ad for Rogan as much as it's an ad for her.
Yeah.
So it would have been in both their interests for this to happen and for them to make it work, you know?
Yeah.
This is Rogan explaining why he wouldn't take the terms that she offered.
You could look at this and you could say, oh, you're being a diva. But she had an opportunity to come here when she was in Texas, and I literally gave them an open invitation. I said, anytime. I said, if she's done at 10 o'clock, we'll come back here at 10 o'clock. I go, I'll do it at 9 in the morning. I'll do it at 10 p.m. I'll do it at midnight. She's up. She wants to, drink a Red Bull, fucking party on.
Yeah, but I think this idea that you're being a diva is silly because you're offering her the opportunity to do exactly what the other candidate did, right?
Well, she actually reached out when she found out that he was coming on. So their camp reached out to me. So I said, great, I would love to talk to her. But it was very difficult to tie it down, and they wanted to travel. And see, the thing is, like, you can't, if I go somewhere, then there's going to be other people in the room. And they want to control a lot of things, I'm sure, according to the Brett Breyer interview on Fox. Like, people were waving them off. That's a distraction. People in the room, like, my whole goal with her and with him is just talk. Just have a conversation like a human being. You find out things about people. You get a sense of them, at least, a real sense. That was it. I don't give a fuck what we talk about. I really don't. I just want to talk to you.
What do you think? Do you think that was reasonable on his behalf to not accept her? I've seen a lot of people saying, get over yourself, mate. She's the vice president. You don't set conditions for her. What do you think?
Given how tightly managed her schedule has been, the whole idea, let's do an open-ended podcast that could go for as long as PEP, where the whole idea is that Joe Rogan's going to have a pleasant conversation. Yeah, it does. I can imagine that they would have looked at that and thought, we're not going to get that much out of this. Yeah.
Fair enough. For what it's worth, I actually kind of understand where both are coming from. Like, I think that his logic was perfect. It was correct. If they wouldn't want to be in his studio because they can't control his studio, they would want him to be in their place so they can control it. He's right. If he would have turned up at some hotel room, there would have been staffers trying to control him, waving at him, telling him what he can do and what he can do. Whereas he gets her in the studio by herself, and then he can have that conversation he wants. So I totally understand where he's coming from, and I understand him not bending. I don't think it is a diva move. I think it's actually a smart move from his. But I also understand from her perspective that it was a big risk. It could have worked either way, So I understand.
Who was the English accented guy reassuring him that he's not a diva?
That's the I've forgotten the guy's name. The Russian trigonometry guy. The British, the trigonometry podcast from Britain. Okay.
I know very little about podcasts other than Pep.
His name starts with KK. It's like Constantine Kissin or something like that.
Anyway.
Yeah, whatever.
Every extremely famous media figure should have a henchman around at all times to reassure them that they're not a diva.
I'm not sure that's his job every day, but maybe that day. But this leads us to the third question, which I think is a bigger question, a much bigger question than Rogan, which is, was she too cautious? Now, she may yet win.
Yeah.
There's a very good chance she could win. But if she doesn't win, if Harris doesn't win, was she too cautious? We spoke about her media strategy ad nauseum early on. She still hasn't held a proper press conference as a candidate. Still. Yeah. But interviews, in the end, she did heaps of interviews. In the beginning, she didn't do so many, but at the end, she did heaps. So I'm not talking about the number of interviews anymore. My main issue is her caution when answering questions. I don't think her word salads, this is something I argue with people about. I don't think her word salads are because she can't speak English properly. I don't think they're because she's an idiot. I think she's trying to not make a mistake. To me, she seems super cautious. She seems like she is thinking at all times, I can't say that, I can't say that, I can't say that. I know you want me to say that. I'm not going to say that. I might say that. That's what she's thinking the whole time. And she would prefer to say nothing or to say gibberish than to say something wrong or something that rebounds on her. And my personal view is I think that in itself is a mistake. a desire, an obsession with not making mistakes, I think is a mistake.
Yeah.
What's your view?
Yeah, I mean, I think she was running a campaign on very little notice over a very short period by American standards. The only way, I mean, she is not the most talented politician that we've ever seen, although I thought she actually did really surprisingly well in the first few weeks of the campaign to get all the Democrats to coalesce around her. But after that, she had to stick to her plan. Like there was, she has no capacity, I think, to actually deviate from that plan. She's got some things that she's very good at. She's got some things that she is very strong on. She is not the world's greatest improvisational politician. She understood that it was a narrow path to win. That is the path that she's stayed on. If she ends up winning, then the fact that as a politician, she had enough humility to recognize what she actually could and couldn't do as a candidate and had the discipline to stick to that. It's actually, you know, if she ends up winning this is going to go down as one of the most extraordinary campaigns of all time, given where she and the party had to come from.
Yeah.
And you know, it was such a narrow path that she had to stick to it. But if she loses, which I would say is equally probable at this point, then people are just going to see missed opportunities everywhere. Times when she could have gone out on not on a very narrow limb, but actually on some pretty sturdy limbs, and just didn't. It was all on that, all on that same path the whole time. So look, we'll see. I think it was very consonant with the overall strategy of trying to let as many people project at least vaguely warm feelings onto her as possible. That was reflected in the fact that her approval rating shot up extraordinarily to the point where for most of the campaign, she was basically at parity, at almost equal approval and disapproval. At some points, just ahead on approval, at others just behind, but, you know, functionally 50-50. Now, for any politician to be able to get to that now is pretty remarkable. That was where she had to get to. I think she got to that by, as you said very perceptively right at the beginning, running as a generic Democrat. We'll never know whether she could have actually broken through that ceiling because she wasn't trying it. She was trying to get to 50-50. That was the strategy. This is also consonant with, as I mentioned earlier, going after conservatives who might be inclined to vote for Trump or not to vote for all. Not to vote at all. You don't want to make any bold policy pronouncements to those people. It sometimes seemed like she or her people had been reading all of those op-eds in the New York Times and the Washington Post, saying that what Kamala's got to do is appeal to Republicans like me, essentially. You're right. I mean, the caution was all part of the strategy, and I don't think she was really able to deviate from that. Yeah, look,
I have a certain sympathy because I have been there before myself. I'll tell you, I play a tangent. I'll explain. I'll play a tangent treehouse. When I did the War on Everything way back when, the most fun I had was involving a stunt where we went to we were doing a chaser segment about current affairs, and at one point in time we thought it'd be funny to actually show up at tonight's office, right? And a current affairs show, and the host Anna Corrin, we wanted to basically stunt her in her office, and it was a stupid joke we were pulling. The joke doesn't matter. The point was to get into her office. That was the point, right? And so we had a mole who told us exactly how to get there. And we waited till someone walked out the back door, and then we just slipped in through the back door because there was security everywhere, obviously. And we just, as soon as we got in, we just walked straight. We had a map with us, and we just went straight to her office immediately, which must have been so sus to them on the security cameras afterwards, going, how did they do this? But anyway, so we went straight to her office. We pulled the stunt. It was very lame. But as soon as we got there, they closed the door. They locked us in and they wouldn't let us go. And they said, we want your footage. And I said, no, you're not getting our footage. There is no way you're getting our footage. This is false imprisonment, guys. And they said, well, sue us. And that's true. I mean, what are we going to do? We're locked in their office. And they said, well, and they said, yeah, we'll let you go as soon as you give us your footage. You go, we're not going to give you our footage. And so it was a bit of a standoff, a bit of a Mexican standoff. We called our lawyers. They had their lawyers and stuff. But the problem was they had Channel 7 lawyers and we had ABC lawyers. And the two are very different. And so they had Shark and the entire cast of Ally McBeal. And we had we had the guy.
You had Dennis Denudo.
That's the one. Yeah, we had the guy from the castle. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And so we were just sitting around for 2 hours, just waiting for some instructions. And what happened then was they got their attack dog to turn up with literally 6 cameras, just surrounded us with 6 cameras. And he had 2 hours to just drill us, just asking us questions. And we knew they were going to use this to come up with the ultimate hit piece on us, because that's what they do. And I've studied them hard enough to know exactly what storylines they were going to try and run, because I knew exactly what they were going to do. And to be honest, I loved it, because I love trying to avoid those storylines, right? I knew them backwards. So I knew they were going to try and say that we could dish it out, but we couldn't take it, that we were lawless, that we were spoilt private school kids, that were wasting taxpayers' money, that we act tough, but then when the tables are turned, we're scared little boys. I knew they were going to try and run all of those, right? So we couldn't shut up, because that would be a scared little boy. We had to engage them in a friendly way. But we had to not give them anything that they wanted. And I didn't care what I said, as long as it wasn't what they wanted. And that's why I know what it's like to be Kamala Harris. And you can see for yourself how well I did. I actually think I did pretty well, because of course they made a hit piece, a 14-minute hit piece out of it. And it's on YouTube. They don't normally do 14-minute reports, by the way.
But Tonight only goes for like 21 minutes.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. It was basically the whole show was us. You can see for yourself. It's on YouTube. I'll put it in the blurb in the show notes. It's well worth watching. It's quite funny. But now you know. Now I've told you the story. You can see for yourself what I'm talking about, of just them trying to engineer these hits, and me just going, nah, I'm not giving it to you. And the only thing, in the end, they actually got themselves. This is the funny end of the story. They got themselves, because they filmed us for 14 minutes of report time in front of their whiteboard with the contact numbers of all their reporters. And so we used that quite a lot in the intervening months afterwards, when they were wondering, how did they get all our phone numbers? My point is that I understand where Kamala Harris is coming from, but I just think she is too cautious, personally. I will give you an example of what I'm talking about. This was the CNN town hall, which I thought was a low point. She basically barely answered the question for the whole CNN town hall. She was so careful during that. And this here was, in my view, one of the worst examples, where Ensign Cooper wanted her to account for supporting the wall now in her immigration bill, the immigration bill she was supporting, when she said the wall was stupid. And she just wasn't going to give it to him. She wasn't going to give him an engagement with that question, no matter what he did, but he wouldn't let it go. And so it became really awkward. I'll just play you what I'm talking about.
Under Donald Trump, you criticized the wall more than 50 times. You called it stupid, useless, and a medieval vanity project. Is a border wall stupid?
Well, let's talk about Donald Trump and that border wall. So remember, Donald Trump said Mexico would pay for it? Come on, they didn't. How much of that wall did he build? I think the last number I saw was about 2%. And then when it came time for him to do a photo op, you know where he did it? In the part of the wall that President Obama built.
But you're agreeing
So
to a
come
bill
on.
that would earmark $650 million to continue building that wall.
I pledge that I am going to bring forward that bipartisan bill to further strengthen and secure our border. Yes, I am. And I'm going to work across the aisle to pass a comprehensive bill that deals with a broken immigration system. I think Jackson's question, part of it was to acknowledge that America has always had migration, but there needs to be a legal process for it. People have to earn it. And that's the point that I think is the most important point that can be made, which is we need a president who is grounded in common sense and practical outcomes. Like, let's just fix this thing. Let's just fix it. Why is there any ideological perspective on this? Let's just fix the problem.
To fix the problem, you're doing this compromise bill. It does call for $650 million that was earmarked under Trump to actually still go to build the wall.
I am not afraid of good ideas where they occur.
So you don't think it's stupid anymore?
I think what he did and how he did it did not make much sense because he actually didn't do much of anything. I just talked about that wall, right? We just talked about it. He didn't actually do much of anything.
But you do want to build some wall.
I want to strengthen our border.
So that there is a great example I'm talking about. It was infuriating because she didn't have to give Trump a concession that the wall was great. Yeah. She just had to answer the question. Anderson Cooper was clearly not going to stop until she answered the question. And she just refused to answer the question. It's such an easy question to answer. You just go, the immigration bill was a compromise. So it had things that I liked and things I didn't like. If it was all the things I liked, it wouldn't be a compromise bill. It would be my bill. So yes, there were parts of the immigration bill I thought were stupid, like building the wall, but I was happy to swallow those bits in order to get the things that I desperately wanted, like funding for more immigration judges. That's how compromises work, Anderson. It's such an easy answer, but she was just refusing point blank to answer that question. And there's a lot of things like that she's just been refusing to answer at any point in time. And the result of that is, I don't want this to become the Scott Jennings episode, but after that CNN town hall, Scott Jennings had one of his better lines, I thought. And it just, sadly, it rang true to me. This is it.
But she has to give you something. I mean, she's like a true double threat. You know, she's terrible on her feet when she gets unexpected questions. And simultaneously, she can't even answer the expected questions. It's nothing, nothing, nothing. You'd think she'd be prepared to do this by now. You know, what's a mistake you've made? Nothing. What's a weakness you have? Nothing. What's the first law you want to pass? Nothing. What's a policy difference between you and Joe Biden? Nothing. Over and over and over. Empty, empty, empty. If she were an animal, she'd be a duck-billed platitude.
But look,
it's a total word
Yep.
Any marks I was prepared to give him, I deducted all of them to duck-billed platitude.
That might have been a pre-written line, I suspect. But no, I'm referring to the nothing, nothing, nothing. Like that to just, like I thought that...
Nothing is how many marks I'm giving him.
Okay. Fair enough. We don't have to agree all the time. But no, I think it's true that that often with her, she's so cautious, you get nothing. And you get a really strong sense of nothing. And by the way, all those things he said nothing, they were true. In that CNN town hall, they were all nothings.
Yeah.
But anyway.
And I suppose, you know, this is the trade-off of running as a generic Democrat. You keep getting poll results where people say they don't know what you stand for.
Yeah.
And this could, if she loses, this could be one of the things people really point to. Like the polls kept saying that people didn't know what she stood for, and she kept going with this strategy of being as vague as possible. As I say, I think that she really can't do anything else. That's not a knock on, I mean... Yeah, that really reflects the fact that she had to pick a particular strategy and stick to it, I think.
That's fair enough. I mean, it's certainly, I agree. Like, even though, I mean, I haven't changed my mind, but I do agree that what you can't do is change your strategy halfway through.
Yes. Yeah.
That is the way to lose. To
Yes.
just chop and change and be inconsistent. That was what killed Mitt Romney in 2012. He kept on changing his strategy over and over again, I thought.
Yes.
Why don't we get into, I know you want to talk about polling a bit. Why don't we get into that? What do you want to say about polling?
Look, all I want to say is it is so deeply within the margin of error.
Yeah.
And I kept expecting real separation to happen one way or the other, and it just never did. I mean, there were points over the last 3 weeks where it looked like it was just going to sort of really drift towards Trump so that by the time of the election, Trump would be clearly in front. He is not. It is so close within so many states. Really, Arizona is the only one that looks like Trump actually has something resembling a consistent lead in the polls, possibly Georgia as well. But even Arizona, you will still find polls that have Harris ahead. Everything else is just so deeply within the margin of error that I don't want to say that the averages are pointless, but it becomes pointless to look at them. It becomes pointless to look at the forecasts because the difference between 52% in one direction and 52% in the other in a forecast really should have no emotional significance to you whatsoever, because the election is only run once. This isn't something that's run 100 times. Their simulations of what are run thousands of times. The election's only run once. And when you keep seeing polls that they keep landing 1 or 2 points on either side, that just indicates that it's extremely close. And as I said, that it's going to be decided by people's last minute decisions, which the candidates probably don't have that much influence over. Of course, what could influence it is the ground game. We've talked a lot about that. We'll see whether outsourcing everything to Elon Musk was a good move. But, for Trump, there were all of those reports about fraudulent door knocks and things like that. I don't know how caught up you were on those.
I talked a bit about that last time.
Yes. A quarter of Arizona and Nevada door knocks. Democrats will certainly be hoping that this time they actually get to run a conventional get out the vote operation. They didn't last time. I know a lot of Democrats blamed the polling discrepancies on the swing states in that. Obviously, it is very likely that there could be another polling miss that underestimates Trump's support. And I think that is why the betting markets are the way that they are at the moment. It's a pretty reasonable assumption to make. Look, the polls missed his voters by so much last time. Even if they fixed it a bit, this fundamental problem of non-response bias is essentially unfixable.
Yeah.
However, last time around, Trump was polling in the mid 40s.
Yep.
And so when they were, so the misses, it was the difference between things like 44% and, the 48% that he actually ended up getting, or 45% of 47% or 48%. Now he's polling at like 48 and 49%. I think that makes it less likely that there's going to be a miss of the kind of magnitude. And like in the swing states where there were gigantic misses last time, that was when he was like polling at 40% in those swing states and ended up getting 49%. With polls showing him getting so high into the 40s, both in the state and national polls, I think that makes it a lot less likely that we're going to see a poll miss of that magnitude this time. Like, I think that means they probably have figured something out. Now, of course, though, polling miss of 1% is going to result in 300 electoral college votes. So,
yeah.
And the other thing, as we've discussed before, is the polling miss could go in the other direction. They might have overcompensated. We just don't know. So, all this is a way of saying, I think, based on the polls, it genuinely is a toss-up. This is why I'm refusing to make any predictions. I'm just happy to explain why it is that I won't make a prediction, because I don't want to make a prediction based on anything beyond the polls. And within the polls themselves, I think there's no basis to say that anyone is actually in front. Just a few observations about some polls in recent days.
Sure.
The most unusual poll is the cooperative elections study poll, which is the really numerically huge one. I don't know if you've talked about this on.
No, I haven't.
Okay, so this one is it's 78,000 respondents and 48,000 likely voters.
Yep.
They use all of the kind of weighting that normal pollsters use, including weighting on recalled vote from last time around as well. So they are using that methodology.
Yep.
Because it's so big, it's over the field time is unusually long. So it was from October 1st to October 25th. And they got something of an outlier result that showing Harris up by 4 nationally. Harris up by less than 1% in Pennsylvania, up by larger margins in Michigan and Wisconsin, and I think Trump ahead in all of the other swing states. I can't remember Nevada. So even though the national result was a bit of an outlier, the state results look a little bit more like all of the other polls. But the real outlier in this poll was, okay, so first of all, it showed Trump getting more than 20% of the African-American vote.
Yep.
Now, that in itself isn't such a big outlier. We've seen that in polls, but there aren't that many polls showing Trump getting 20% of the African-American vote and losing by 4 points.
Yeah.
That is pretty unusual, which brings us to the other major outlier, which suggested that Harris was winning men by 1 point. 49.
So she was winning young men by a huge amount.
That was a huge margin on young men, slight margin on men age under 60. Also, though, suggested that she was losing older women.
Yeah.
So winning women by a relatively big margin, but actually a smaller margin than other polls are showing because she was losing older women. Now, all of these outlying things might mean that there are some, might mean that there are some problems with that poll. But who knows? That could also turn out to be the right one. Maybe all the other ones were getting it wrong. With this just consistency of such close poll results, it honestly makes me wonder whether there's some herding going on with the polls. The fact that we
explain herding to the peppers.
Herding is when polling companies don't publish certain polls because they look at them and think this is not right. This is going to damage our credibility if we publish this. This shouldn't happen. They should just publish everything because you can get outlier results no matter how well you're no matter how well you're conducting a poll. What I'm surprised about is, okay, so I can definitely buy the fact that it's extremely close. That doesn't mean that you should necessarily be seeing every single poll in this 1 to 2 point margin. Right? You should be seeing polls with like 4 or 5, 5 point margins in unexpected directions. This is one of the things that's good about the New York Times Siena poll. They've got this very explicit, like, we will publish our wacky polls. We will publish Florida up by 11 in Trump because maybe that actually shows us something important about the race. I do wonder whether afterwards, if either Trump or Harris wins by a larger margin, there are going to be recriminations around herding. I don't have any evidence for this other than just seeing everything in this tighter and tighter pattern going on over the last 2 weeks, just seeing fewer big polls in either direction than I would actually expect.
All I would say, Dave, on that is, I mean, I think that's a really intelligent observation from you, but all I would say is remember, most of them are using recalled vote.
Absolutely, yes.
Recalled vote is a natural herding agent.
Yes.
Because it's tying them to the results of the last election.
Absolutely, yes.
So that might be related as well.
That absolutely could be related. So that's you can go online and have a look at CES's interactive crosstabs.
Yeah.
One thing that's worth noting about CES is it's considered the gold standard of post-election polls. Okay. So the CES is the one that all of the social scientific studies of the American demographics of the American electorate rely on because their validated voter file is considered so reliable and it's so big. However, that reliability comes from the work they do after the election. their pre-poll before the election, that's not considered the gold standard of pre-polling in the same way. That is considered a fallible poll. So the fact that they are considered like the best of the best post-election shouldn't mean that you should then look at their pre-election poll and say that is, that's the Bible. Okay, I want to make the observation that the sort of it's bad that I'm even talking about polls in an anthropomorphic way, but the breakout star of polling has got to be Atlas Intel. No one seems to be able to say anything about this this poll, right? But everyone rates it really highly as a poll. So 538, Silver Bulletin, New York Times, they all put it in their like this is a good poll category.
Okay.
They urge readers not to disparage it just because they've never heard of it before. Atlas Intel is based somewhere in Latin America. I'm not sure where.
I thought they were Brazilian.
I know that Simon Rosenberg's referred to it as a Brazilian poll.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that's just because Simon Rosenberg was like, what's the least credible country?
Probably.
I can call it. But it is unusual in that no one actually seems to know very much about it. But everyone seems to have quite a high, well, not Simon Rosenberg, because it's been quite Trump-leaning, but everyone seems to have a high opinion. But point is, they have done a lot of polls with quite big samples, not just nationally, but in the swing states as well. To the extent I think they've had quite an influence on poll averages because they're, because they're quite highly weighted. Overall, I think they have been one of the more Trump-leaning polls. Like when other national polls were showing Harris in front, they have consistently shown Trump in. I don't think they've had a poll nationally with Harris in front. They've always had Trump in front by about 3 points. Their swing state polls also lean more pro-Trump. Their last one in Pennsylvania had Trump up by 3. Now, once again, they may turn out to be the ones who got it right. But they've certainly had like quite a significant impact on the aggregation of polls, I think, because of the fact there have been so many of them, and because of the fact that they're so highly rated. My other just observation is I've never seen a poll treated as much and as widely as the gold standard as the New York Times Siena poll has been this time around.
Well, they're so transparent, and they give you so much detail. They're very useful.
Yes, yeah. I think that's right. I think of all of the commentators on polls, Nate Cohn remains my favorite. Like a lot of commentators on polls, I don't bother listening to him when he tries to talk about something other than polls. Like, Kamala Harris really missed a chance to define herself here. Like, whatever, I'm not going to you for campaign strategy, mate. But he does, he not only is he very transparent with the New York Times Siena poll, he's very transparent in his dealings with other polls as well. Although I do wonder whether we've put too much weight on New York Times Siena. Like there were times when it felt like that was the only poll that actually mattered. Although I think there's something hopeful there in that we've actually just got a lot better at ignoring a lot of polls.
Yeah, I agree. I think the other thing at New York Times Siena is it's regular.
Yes.
The other polls just come and go, whereas but like once a month they're going to ask the same questions. Same questions before, so you can compare to September to October and so forth. So I think that's useful as well. Okay, I've got a few things to say here. The first of which is picking up on what you said before about the likelihood that one candidate or another will get more than 300 electoral college votes. 538 says there's more than a 60% chance that the winner will get more than 300 electoral college votes.
Yes,
But we just don't know which one. Because it's only a point and a half either way.
Yes.
So that's the first thing. The second thing is I mentioned this on Planet America, but I'm going to put this in the blurb in the show notes so you guys can have a look at this article yourself. It was a really good article about the way likely voter models work and just how much difference they make. And you can't forget that. This company, which this article's about, took data, the same data, and they answered the basic likely voter model questions one way with the data, and then the other way with the data. And you could easily do that. Like both are reasonable answers. And the difference was the first one gave Kamala Harris a 0.9% lead. The other one gave Kamala Harris a 9% lead. So 8 points difference based on what kind of likely voter model you ran. And so we just can't forget that. Like we just need to wait, you know? A big question for me, which I will put on to you, is who does it favour if it's a high turnout or low turnout election? Because Harry Enton I'll play a clip from Harry Enton. He's been doing the Harry Enton thing on CNN, and he seems to be of the view it's not going to be a terribly high turnout election. I'll just play that.
Feelings towards voting, certain to vote. Back in 2020 at this point, 88% of registered voters said they were certain to vote. Where are we today? It's just 81%, John. It's a 7-point drop. But that's not the only polling metric in which I'm looking at. How about extremely motivated to vote? At this point in 2020, it was 73%. You look now, it's just 65%. Again, a high single-digit drop. 8 points in this particular case. Every single year, people say this is the most important election ever, right? Well, they actually polled this, the most important election of my lifetime. Back in 2020, look at this, 74% of registered voters said that, yes, it was the most important election of their lifetime. This time around, it's actually less. It's 65%. Now, that's still a pretty impressive number, but it's a drop of nearly 10 points of Americans or registered voters saying it's the most important election of their lifetime.
By the way, his conclusion after that was that it favours no one. He said we've got to a point where high turnout and low turnout doesn't really affect either side. It used to be high turnout was great for Democrats, low turnout great for Republicans, because Republicans owned old voters and college-educated voters who vote all the time. And Democrats owned young people and non-white voters who don't vote all the time. So high turnout was good for them. But he said now Democrats have peeled off enough of the high propensity voters that doesn't matter anymore. What's your view?
Okay, so my view, first of all, on what turnout's going to be like, I think it'll still be high by historical standards, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was significantly lower than last time.
That's basically Harry Enton's position.
Yeah. So I don't think it's going to be low. It's not going to be like 90s level turnout, but it may well not be 2020. And that's just because polls show that people are not as enthusiastic this time around as they were last time around. Believe it or not, I don't think people see the stakes as being as high this time around. Now, that might seem crazy after all this high stakes talk, but remember what 2020 was actually like. Remember the combination of the pandemic and the Black Lives Matter protests and Trump's response to those things. Also, remember that even though there have been 2 assassination attempts this time around, this has actually been a less violent election. There hasn't been street fights that there were last time around. Like there was a lot of violence between left and right-wing groups in the streets of American cities, albeit like 50% of it was in Portland, but in other places as well. You just don't have that this time around. And you don't have the Trump boat parades. There weren't as many people carting around the massive like multi-flag Trump shit as there was last time around. So I actually think it's going to be lower turnout, although I think it'll still be relatively high. I could turn out to be wrong here, but and I would agree that you can't particularly see who it helps. I think earlier in the year, Joe Biden's only chance of winning was a low turnout election. Which would have been dominated by higher propensity Democratic voters. because I think Democrats do have an advantage with higher propensity voters, which we see in the midterm elections. And I think if Biden had stayed in the race, it would have been quite low turnout, although I think he would have lost no matter how low turnout it was. But before it became clear exactly how cracked he was, the hope would have been low turnout election. Both sides are pretty depressed, but Democrats high propensity voters turn out. I don't think this is going to be that kind of election.
Yeah. By the way, I tell you what this election reminds me of. You reminded me of this, what you were saying before. It reminds me of the year 2000, which was another election where we spent most of the election period going, why doesn't anyone seem to care about the positive economic figures? Like it was, like there was a lot of that, and then and there was a sort of a general vibe of, you know, who cares about George W. Bush? He's okay, whatever. You know, there's not a big deal. That at the end of the day, you know, we're not particularly enthused about Al Gore or George W. Bush. You know, it doesn't really matter. Then it mattered a lot in hindsight.
It turned out to be an incredibly consequential election. Yes.
Yeah. There's just a bit of a vibe for me about that. But we'll see. I want to point out two things before we move on. Two kinds of polls which I found interesting: issue polls.
Yep.
Data for Progress had an interesting transgender poll.
Yep.
Given that we've talked about the transgender ad campaign a bit recently.
Yep.
There's Data for Progress, who are a left-wing polling outfit, but, you know, hopefully not liars. Hopefully these are real polls.
Yeah.
80% believe that candidates should spend less time talking about transgender issues. 85% of Republican voters agree.
Wow.
57% of voters chose the candidate who says, quote, that the government should stay out of people's private lives and that there's too much legislation targeting a small minority of the population. 41% of Republicans and 58% of independent voters said they viewed Republican candidates using anti-LGBTQ plus rhetoric in their campaigns as, quote, sad and shameful.
Wow.
I don't know if these are accurate or not, but that we'll know in the exit polling. If that's accurate, then that's going to be an almighty mistake in hindsight, because they went hard on that.
They really did, yes.
This is a really interesting one as well from Perry Undham about abortion. Okay, respondents were asked if they think the decision of whether or not someone can have an abortion in the last 3 months of pregnancy should be, quote, left to the person and their doctor, or B, regulated by the government. Now, half were asked the same question without the phrase in the last 3 months of pregnancy. So just asked generally.
Yeah.
66% in the group of which said the last 3 months of pregnancy said the decision should be left to the person and their doctor in the last 3 months of pregnancy. 75% of those who were asked the question without the trimester framework said it should be left to the person and their doctor. 63% in that survey said that recent abortion bans and restrictions have made them think about, quote, wanting the government to stay out of abortion decisions altogether. If those numbers are reflective of people's actual views, that's disastrous polling for Republicans on the abortion issue.
Yeah.
So I just flagged that. I haven't seen worse polling for Republicans on abortion than that. And that came out a couple of days ago. Yeah. So once again, it might be some pre-hindsight talking. We may in 2 weeks' time go, well, that was the abortion election, and that poll might have been the indication it was coming.
Yeah.
But that's all I really have to say about elections, other than to reiterate exactly what you said, which is there's no way we can know. Very quickly, a couple of storylines to come, potentially. Number one, could RFK cost Trump Michigan? There are a few polls now starting to suggest he could, because remember, he can't get off the ballot in Michigan. Yeah. Fox News latest poll was a perfect example. Two-party polling. Harris and Trump, 49 apiece. With 6 candidates, It's Harris 48, Trump 46, RFK 3.
3.
3. And by the way, Jill Stein, 0.
Yeah.
So RFK, it could be a real factor in Michigan.
Because that potentially counteracts any effect of Arab and Muslim voters staying home.
Yeah, they're 1%. RFK, if he's 3, that is a big deal.
Yeah.
So we're not going to have the answer till election, but I'll just flag it. Look out for that with Michigan in particular.
Yeah. Also, Insane Clown Posse endorsed Kamala Harris.
There you go.
Cannot overstate the importance of that.
To your vote, maybe.
The Juggalo vote. This will be known as the Juggalo election.
That's some real pre-hindsight talking there. All right. So also, by the way, RFK could cost Trump Wisconsin as well. Wisconsin and Michigan. So look out for those two and the RFK vote. Next one, some census karma. In 2019, Texas and Florida both refused to fund census outreach, and they did very little to help the census out. Why? Well, at the time, part of the politics at the time was that the census wasn't counting whether people were illegal immigrants or not. And Republicans very much wanted them to count illegal immigrants so then they could be excluded from future decisions. And since that they didn't get their way, the rules of the culture war meant that the census had to be thwarted at all times as a result of that. So the two culture war governors, Abbott and DeSantis, refused to help the census at all, while everyone else was helping the census as much as possible. There's a very predictable ending to that. That was Texas ended up with a 1.9% census undercount, and Florida ended up with a 3.5% census undercount.
I didn't know it was that big.
Yeah. What that meant was they both ended up with one less congressional seat because they apportioned the congressional seat from the census. What that meant was they both end up with one less electoral college vote. Can you see where this is going?
I can see where this is going, Chaz.
If Harris wins,
I like it.
Only Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania out of the swing states. And let me tell you, that is a very likely scenario. I'm not, that is of all the scenarios, there's probably 25% chance that's going to happen, which is a high percentage compared to the rest.
By the way, just on a side note, one very interesting thing from the polls is Nebraska too is not swing; it is blue.
Yeah,
according to the polls, it is according to the polls, it is bluer than Minnesota, New Hampshire, Virginia, New Mexico, or Maine. It is double digits blue.
Wow.
It's quite a remarkable transformation.
Well, that might be helping old Dan Osborne, who we're going to get to in a second.
Yes.
But yeah, if Harris wins only out of the swing states, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, do you know what she ends up on? 270.
270, yes. Yeah.
Exactly 270. One electoral college vote more than she needs. One. There's 2 electoral college votes that they lost out of this. That dicking around with the census could cost Trump the election.
Amazing.
Yeah, it might. They would have been 268 with the blue wall, not 270. Yeah. So look out for that as well. We don't know, but that's just. I'm just looking for potential stories in the future.
Yeah.
Another one. Did the Supreme Court this week hand Harris the election? And let me tell you what I'm talking about. There was a Pennsylvania Supreme Court case, Genser versus Butler Counter Board of Elections. We've talked about this every election for 3 elections now with Planet America. Mm-hmm. Pennsylvania is weird when they do mail-in votes. They have 2 envelopes. They have an inner envelope and an outer envelope. If you don't put your ballot inside the inner envelope before you put it in the outer envelope, it's invalid. That's the way Pennsylvania works. Now, in this particular case, back in 2020, 2 voters tried to do a mail vote, but they didn't use the inner envelope, so they were voided.
Sorry, I'm just smiling because my union runs elections in exactly the same way.
Oh, wow.
You have to put it in inner envelope and then put it inside an outer envelope. I know this because I voted in my union election. I was actually late getting the ballot, and I knew I wasn't going to get it down to Melbourne in time. But because I felt very strongly in the candidate that I was voting for, I paid for express post to Melbourne, $7. That was the best $7 I ever spent. He got up by 6 votes. I mean, it was not a high turnout election. It was like, I think there were about 600 votes. But yes. So anyway, I'm down with inner envelopes and outer envelopes.
You like it? You approve of that? Okay. That's an area we're going to fight to the death on some other day.
University of Sydney union election, I don't know an election that could decide the fate of the world.
I've got no problems with them doing that at a University of Sydney union election as well. That's fine, but not in Pennsylvania. So these two guys who missed out, these two voters who missed out because of their vote was voided because they didn't use the inner envelope. They were told by the state in an email that they could vote in person, provisionally on election day, and it would count. They turned up, they tried to do it, but then Pennsylvania changed their mind and they decided they would not count those provisional votes.
Yeah.
And the reason for that is because Pennsylvania's law states a provisional ballot, quote, shall not be counted if the same voter's, quote, mail-in ballot is timely received by a county board of elections. But the Pennsylvania Supreme Court previously held that ballots cast without the secrecy envelope are void. And so the Pennsylvania Supreme Court said if something's void, it has no legal effect. So they concluded that a ballot without the secrecy envelope must be treated as if it never existed. In which case, the first law doesn't apply and you can cast a provisional ballot. That's what the Pennsylvania Supreme Court said. It got appealed.
This sounds like the resolution of a young adult mystery novel.
What kind of young adult mystery novels do you read?
No, I'm not saying about elections, but
there are no werewolves in this court case.
It looks like all hope is lost, but then there's some clever loophole that turns out to, anyway.
Well, hold that thought because we're going to the Supreme Court.
Yep.
The Pennsylvania Supreme Court ruled 4-3 in favour of being allowed to vote provisionally if you stuff up the inner envelope. And they allowed the votes. They go to the Supreme Court, and do you know what the result is with the Supreme Court?
What's the result?
9-0.
Oh, I didn't realize it was that many.
Yeah.
I knew it was, I knew it was a decision, but I didn't realize it was 9-0. Wow.
Yeah, yes. And the reason why this is so important is because if you look back on 2020, 1.1% of the mailed ballots didn't have the secrecy envelope. If you do all the maths, you're talking about 17,000 votes were tossed out that could have had provisional voting. That is more than enough to win Pennsylvania if it's close.
Totally.
And Pennsylvania is going to be close. The Supreme Court, we might say in hindsight, Supreme Court might have just handed the election to Kamala Harris.
Amazing.
So that is something that people might not have expected.
Yes.
But there we go. Okay, so we're running short of time now, Dave. We've got 15 minutes. This is what's left, potentially. We've got the dogs that didn't bark during the campaign. We've got smell the Musk. we've got the other races like Dan Osborne in the Senate, and we've got final thoughts. What would you like to do?
Okay, let's let the Peppers smell the Musk on their own. I do want to talk about, some of the other races, particularly Nebraska. Okay, so Nebraska is potentially shaping up as the seat that could prevent, the one place that possibly could prevent Republicans from getting a Senate majority.
Yeah.
Right. So it looks increasingly like Montana is gone. For the Democrats, there was some hope in Florida, but it would be quite a surprise in Florida. Texas probably looks like the best shot, but that looks like a pretty long shot. I think there was some poll this week by I can't remember what it was, so I'm going to call it the Jumbo McDonald's poll, or something that's, suggested it was even, but that would be a surprise. However, there is consistently good polling in Nebraska that shows that Deb Fischer, the incumbent Republican, might lose to Dan Osborne, who is an independent.
Yeah.
Now, we'll come back to that race in a second, but here's why it is important. It's still possible that Democrats will win in all the other places that they need to win, like Ohio, Pennsylvania, Arizona, Nevada.
They're ahead in all of them.
Yeah, they are ahead.
Yeah.
They are ahead in all of them. So it's possible that they can run the table there, which, gets them to within one seat. The other really important thing to keep in mind is, this is a bit of a tangent treehouse. I'm going to introduce you to my favorite new senator of next year, who is Jim Justice from West Virginia. Everyone, meet Jim Justice. So he is almost certainly going to win West Virginia. He is not what you call a spring chicken. He's 73 years old, and it's reported that he has difficulty walking or standing up for long periods of time. Not that you see him doing either of those things very often. He's notorious in West Virginia for his absenteeism as governor. In fact, he was violating state law for 2 years by refusing to actually live in the state capital, which is Charleston, instead continuing to live in his home 2 hours away so that he continues to coach his local middle school basketball team. He is known for going around the state with his bulldog, Baby Dog, and he doesn't like to do events where he can't have Baby Dog with him. Often Baby Dog sits in a chair opposite him. Now, that's going to be a real problem in the Senate, where you're not allowed to take dogs onto the Senate floor. I think that you actually used to be able to, like 200 years ago, but there was too much of a problem with people bringing their hunting dogs in and getting into fights with each other. So he can't bring Baby Dog in with him. He's not a huge fan of actually turning up to the elected offices that he was elected to fulfill. All of this screams he is going to be an unreliable vote. Not because he would vote with Democrats, but just because he's not going to be there a lot of the time. Which means, if it's 50-50, it might not even be 50-50 to the Republicans. Okay, so this makes Dan Osborne very, very important. Okay, so who is Dan Osborne? Dan Osborne is a big union guy. Dan Osborne is in favor of a suite of genuinely economically populist policies. Dan Osborne, he sounds in many ways like a Sherrod Brown Democrat, but he does not identify as a Democrat. The Democrats aren't running a candidate in Nebraska, but they're not actually making any effort to get Dan Osborne elected either. Okay, so why is this? You might think it's logical that Nebraska Democrats would push for this, for this guy in order to deny Republicans a Senate majority. Well, it's complicated. Democrats actually did offer to endorse Osborne earlier in the year, but he spurned their endorsements. And so there's not a lot of love lost between Nebraska Democrats and Osborne at this point. But the other thing is there's a strategic thing going on here as well. Osborne's going to probably do better the less he is associated with the National Democratic Party. In fact, there was a Republican smear campaign suggesting that he would caucus with Democrats, which he has very, very strongly denied. And Democrats are trying to distance themselves from him as well. You can tell that by strategic reasons. Now, it's very difficult to say. Like, polls are showing him, in some cases, within about 2 points of Fischer. I think there was a poll that showed him tied with Fischer.
The 538 average is 2 points.
Yeah. So he's got a real shot at this race. And it is genuinely unknown how he would behave as a senator. Like he's made it clear he's not caucusing with Democrats. He's not like Angus King or Bernie Sanders, who are, Democrats in all but name, who do regularly caucus with Democrats. He could be a genuine kind of wild card. Democrats in Nebraska don't trust him. They say we don't want a Kristen Sinema in our ranks. They think that that's the kind of senator he would be. I think he'd be different from Sinema, but if he were a Democrat, he wouldn't be a reliable one.
He's a hardcore unionist. He's not going to be like Sinema. Yeah.
No. Who's the opposite? So so you could be looking at Republicans. Let's effectively call it 49.5 with Jim Justice. Democrats 49. Dan Osborne is his own man.
Yeah.
Then the outcome of Senate voting would be very much dependent on who the vice president is at that point. So we could be in for a pretty crazy Senate next year, but we could also be in for a Senate that is even more stuck than the Senate normally is.
I think that's I hadn't even thought of the Jim Justice angle. That's really interesting. I was going to say my take on Dan Osborne is I think, reading between the lines, I think he's going to. I mean, he won't caucus officially as a Democrat, but I think he will give Democrats power if he's the 50th vote.
Yes.
And I know that he's running really, really hard to running as if that's not the case. But I mean, that's just tactics. That's just basic tactics. The Republicans are trying to tar him as a Democrat, and he's doing anything he can to stop them doing that, to the point where all his ads are basically ads for Trump. In fact, he's running as the person who's going to support Trump instead of Deb Fischer, the Republican. Like this is, these are the ads that he's running.
Fischer stabbed Donald Trump in the back.
Said he should drop out of the race.
Deb Fischer, just another creature of the D.C. swamp.
Deb Fischer has more in common with Hillary Clinton than Donald Trump. I'm voting for Dan Osborne.
Dan Osborne.
And Donald Trump.
Donald Trump. Osborne's with Trump on China, the border, and draining the swamp.
This finger is voting for Trump. And this one is for sending Washington a message with Dan Osborne.
So he's just running. He's just running as more Republican than the Republicans. Which is a good tactic. But I actually think he'd end up probably helping the Democrats. He wouldn't be running if he was trying to help the Republicans. Let's face it. But I was going to say that the funny thing for me is that they know what he's doing, and so Republicans have just they've pulled the ripcord, they've hit the red button, the panic button, and they got Trump to record an ad against him. And it's hilarious because clearly Trump does not give a shit.
No.
He recorded it on his plane and he's just reading a script, obviously. Like, it's just so indifferent. And I think he might, if Dan Osborne ends up winning, I think Trump might regret that he gave so little of a shit about it.
We don't need another Democrat in D.C. That's why President Trump is calling out Dan Osborne's lies.
His name is Dan Osborne, and he's a radical left person, a Bernie Sanders type Democrat. But we want somebody that's going to be strong, powerful, and great for our country. And it's not going to be Dan Osborne.
Dan Osborne is just another Democrat in disguise.
So super, super indifferent. But this is going to be really interesting. I think. I think Dan Osborne's got a much greater chance than Allred in Texas. So this is the one to watch. I think.
Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah.
One more thing. The Nebraska Supreme Court, they ruled that Nebraskans with past felony convictions can vote in this election.
Wow.
Now, there's only 7,000 of them, but 7,000 in Nebraska is a lot of voters. And something tells me the felons might like a piece of Dan Osborne, so that might help as well. Do you want to say anything about the House at all, or we're talking about Senate?
The House is so difficult to read. Really difficult to read. And the House always has a lot of surprises every time around, because it often comes down to very local, really local factors. So I don't really know what to say about the House. I mean, it could be all of the bizarre shenanigans in New York State over the last month could end up deciding it, but we don't really know.
All I would say about the House, I mean, I agree with what you just said, but all I would say is that during the Trump era,
yes,
the House tends to be slightly more Republican than the Trump vote.
Yes.
Like the House vote reflects the Trump vote.
Yep.
Except for it's slightly more Republican because the never Trumpers vote Republican in the House.
Yes. Yeah.
So they have all the same voters in the House that Trump gets, plus a few bonus ones. So
Yes.
I would say the chance of there being a Democrat House if Trump wins is pretty close to zero. Like
Yes.
I'd say it's very, very unlikely. But
Yes.
we'll see about that. Who knows?
Yeah. Oh, by the way, I know that we're not doing correspondence, but were there any angry correspondents saying, no, Eric Adams is the true hip hop mayor, not
No.
Kwame Patrick?
No. You might have gone on a limb, but as you said before, very sturdy limb, Dave. You are safe.
Yes.
Do you have any final thoughts? We've got 4 minutes left before you've got to go.
Yeah. Final thoughts. I don't like, in a country of nearly 350 million people, everything being about one person all the time.
Yeah.
Which is why I want Trump to lose. I mean, it's one of the many reasons why I want Trump to lose. I think that the US really needs to move on from this period. And I mean, it's not just Trump. The amount of power and attention that other individuals command, like Elon, like Elon Musk, there's no reason for it in a country that big. It reflects the power structure, it reflects the wealth structure, it reflects the way that power and wealth and attention is really hoarded in the United States. It's not a good situation. It is not a good thing for people to believe that individuals with superpowers are going to be the answer to everything. Individuals of any kind are never the answer to institutional weakness. And that is the biggest problem that the US has at the moment. It is massive institutional weakness all over the place. I don't think that Harris is going to get us out of that. But I think that everything not being about Trump anymore would at least help. I also think that if Trump was beaten, and I do believe he wouldn't run again, that's the end of the boomer cycle in American politics, right? That's the end of the cycle that began with Bill Clinton, which has given us 5 presidents in a row whose legitimacy has been disputed by the other side. Now, I'm not saying it's necessarily the end of that, but it could be the end of politics, which is essentially refighting the cultural battles of the 60s over and over again, where essentially every president is, do you represent the 50s or do you represent the 60s? And, and that's the battle. I think it would be good to end that. I don't know whether any of this will happen. As I said, for me, it is, it's a 50-50 race. But I would like to see the end of those two things.
I think, seeing the end of the boomers, I think would be nice. I agree with that. I was just going to say, I'm glad you put in the disclaimer you're not sure that Kamala Harris would change the unitary executive thing.
No.
Because the point I was going to make is that she's not like Trump, obviously, but she has a real authoritarian streak about her as well. Like we are in an authoritarian era, and a lot of the options are authoritarian. And especially if she wins with no Senate, I would expect her to. I mean, I've had a lot to say about Biden and his student loan deferments and then student loan aid, about how I thought that was a little bit lawless. I think that would just be the absolute tip of the iceberg compared to what Kamala Harris without the Senate would do. I think that she would try and just run the entire place from the executive. And I say that because she said she would do that in the past. And that was when she thought she'd have the Senate. She thought she'd do that. When she doesn't have the Senate, she has no choice but to do that. So yeah, I think whoever wins, we're going to have an authoritarian next few years.
Yeah, we'll keep getting them until Congress is no longer broken, and I don't see when that's ever going to happen. That while it's impossible to do anything through Congress, you're going to get people promising to rule and learning to rule, and that becoming the norm in this way.
Yeah. But the other thing I'd say on that note is the same thing. I didn't have a podcast back in 2016, but I did say this on Planet America, a little wrap up. We had a little extra at that point in time. And I said at the time, and I say the same thing now, if you think that the Democrat winning is the end of the story for the dissent and the issues on like the culture war and all that kind of stuff, you are wrong, because unless they take the Senate. Yes. If Kamala Harris wins this election, look at the Senate, because that's going to make such a huge difference. There's the Dan Osborne, Jim Justice Senate. Have a look, because if she doesn't own the Senate, think about what's about to happen. Not only does the Senate stop her from her appointees and from judges, but there'll be one thing she has undisputed control over, and it's whether to charge Donald Trump.
Yes.
And I know what she's going to pick. And I know what's going to happen when she makes that choice. The Republicans will just close up shop. In the Senate, she'll get nothing. She'll get no budgets. She'll get no appointees. She'll get nothing. And you have not seen obstruction before like you were about to see if she wins the presidency and doesn't win the Senate. And then, this is what takes me back to 2016. I said at the time, if Hillary Clinton wins the election and doesn't win the Senate, then you'd be better off, Democrats, not having Hillary Clinton winning the presidency, because it will just be such a disaster. There'll be a massive, decade-long clean sweep coming down the pipe. And I say the same thing now. If Kamala Harris wins the presidency but doesn't win the Senate, America will be such a disaster at the end of that 4 years that whoever the Republican's going to be, it won't be a boomer at least, that they might have a filibuster-proof majority if the filibuster still exists at that point in time. But anyway, the Senate is important. Stop focusing on the presidency at the exclusion of the Senate is my point.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And I'm glad that one of the things that we do on PEP is focus on politics just beyond the president, beyond the presidential campaign, because it is important. And I'll close with my favorite piece of trivia, which was the last time that a Republican majority Senate confirmed a Democratic president's appointment to the Supreme Court, 1895.
Whoa! Well, there we go.
1895, yeah. And if Harris wins, and Republicans have the Senate, that's not going to change.
That is dire. Okay, Dave, thank you very much for that.
My pleasure.
Peppers, you know what's coming. There's a white flash coming, and then there's a lot more chatter from me. I'm going to be unleashed. See you, Dave. Stay peppy. Enjoy the election, mate.
Yeah, I'm sure I will.
Welcome to the other side of the white flash. It is indeed Chaz Unleashed. And as you can see, it's now morning. Presto! That is because I was determined to get to you guys the policy time on taxes that I promised you for the last 6 weeks, and I was determined to get it done before the election. The reason I kept putting it off is I knew it would be a nightmare collating all my notes. So that's what I've done. I've put all my notes together on taxes. Take a guess in your head before I tell you how many pages of notes you think I've collated over the last 6 months on taxes. Now, I'm talking about my handwritten notes. They're only, each link would be maybe 2 or 3 lines of description. How many pages do you think I have? I'll tell you. Tonight, I summarized 112 pages of notes on tax policy. It took me 10 hours chiseling them down to a slimline 16 pages, and that is what I'm going to present to you, dear listener. This could take a while, but I'm going to keep everything else. I've got a few other little things left over from the actual main pod with Dave, but I'm going to keep them as short as possible so we can get onto the policy time and get this show on the road and worry about the next few days. First, there was a grab that I couldn't squeeze into garbage time, I'm afraid, and I loved it so much. This was Trump acting like he has no problems at all with Puerto Ricans. Like Puerto Ricans and him getting along just fine. There's no problem, no dramas, no comedians got in the way. I love this grab.
Every time I go outside, I see somebody from Puerto Rico. They give me a hug and a kiss.
Not sure that's going to cut it, Trump. I'm not sure they're going to find that very convincing. Another thing which I just want to squeeze in about the House, we talked about what might happen in the House on Election Day. According to the Cook Political Report, Republicans will keep the House if they manage to win their solid, likely, and leaning contests, the Republican leaning contest, as well as 11 out of 25 toss-ups. So it is really close to 50-50 there. The Democrats have a slightly higher hill to climb, but not by much. That's going to be real close. But like I said before, I suspect it will follow the presidential contest, unless the presidential contest is only 5,000 or 10,000 votes of a margin, and in which case maybe it might lean slightly Trumpy. We'll see. Also, we did tease, we have a whole section that we were going to do called Smell the Musk. I'm going to push most of Smell the Musk to after the election because I want to keep this, well, I'm not short, but shorter than it could be. But there was one bit I really should do before the election because it could influence the election result. And that is I need to talk about Musk's other super PAC. We all know about the America PAC, but his other super PAC is quite interesting. It's because Musk is funding a super PAC called the Future Coalition PAC, otherwise known as, it's now called FC PAC. Musk gave them over $100 million, and which is more than the America PAC has gotten, but just hasn't gotten much coverage. And it's basically an asshole PAC, this PAC. Like, there's no ground game. There's no trying to get registrations. There's nothing like that. It's just dirty tricks. It's $100 million is a lot of dirty tricks. And they've been running Insta and Snapchat campaigns that essentially proclaim how much Kamala Harris loves Israel in Michigan. So the ads are in Michigan, and she says how much they say how much she loves Israel, and obviously they're in areas which are heavily populated with Muslim and Arab voters. At the same time, the same super PAC is running ads aimed at Jewish voters in Pennsylvania, suggesting that Harris is anti-Israel. So they're running two opposite lines to two sides of the Gaza battle, and micro-targeting them in different swing states, which is kind of evil, but also clever. So, for example, this here is the Michigan flyer. I'll just read you out some elements from this. Kamala Harris and Doug unwaveringly supporting Israel. And you can see the blissful hug that Doug is dispensing to Kamala Harris. And she's so delighted to be supporting Israel. And he's just in heaven at how much she's supporting Israel. They go on to say, stopped pro-Palestinian protesters from ruining pro-Israel events. Leans on Jewish husband Doug Emhoff to advise on high-level pro-Israel policies. Condemned Hamas terrorists who are killing Jews. Tough on Hamas terrorists who slaughtered innocent Jews. Innocent Jews. Stood up to Palestinian protesters. Welcomed Prime Minister Netanyahu to our nation's capital. So it's obviously a massive troll. I mean, some of that language. Stood up to Palestinian protesters. Tough on Hamas terrorists who slaughtered innocent Jews. My position is obviously not whether that's true or not, any of that. It's just about just the cheek, the way they're pitching this. And they also link to a video ad, which you can see here.
Harris has made herself clear. She stands with Israel and the Jewish people. She has, again and again.
She understands the unbreakable bond between the U.S. and Israel. So when Netanyahu came to D.C., Harris hosted the Prime Minister at the White House. And when supporters of a free Palestine stood up for Gaza, Harris put them in their place. And supporters of Free Palestine, they hate her. Because Kamala Harris gets it. We can trust she'll always support Israel.
That venom at the end. They hate her because Kamala Harris gets it. And, this is the Palestinian ad that they're pitching to Jews with.
Why did Kamala Harris support denying Israel the weapons needed to defeat the Hamas terrorists who massacred thousands? And why did Harris show sympathy for college protesters who are rabidly anti-Semitic? And why is she running ads pandering to Palestine? We must stand up to anti-Semitism. Okay, so it's pretty cheeky stuff. It's not new doing this kind of thing. For years, people have as a troll almost targeted one group with the message of another group, acting as if they're being positive when actually they're undermining the people that they're advertising for, ostensibly. So like that, as supposedly advertising for Kamala Harris while undermining her. And not just this tactic isn't new, but this whole super PAC isn't new. Those who remember Citizens for Sanity back in 2022, they ran some extreme ads like this.
The national murder rate is at its highest in 25 years. The result of far-left policies that leave innocent Americans at the mercy of violent criminals. You've seen the images. Subway riders pushed onto tracks by the violently deranged. Stores being looted in broad daylight. Elderly women viciously beaten on the street and outside their homes. Gang shootings turning cities into war zones. Hardened criminals rampaging without fear. No fear of arrest. No fear of prosecution. No fear of jail. No fear of any consequence at all. Instead, you are made to live in fear.
Oh my God! Are they gone? That ad just... I should have given the epileptics who were listening or watching a warning about that one. It turned out that Elon Musk funded that super PAC to the tune of $50 million back in 2022. And people didn't know because it was secret at the time, but the funding has come out since. It wasn't actually FC PAC that funded that. It was Building America's Future, BAF, but that's a sub-PAC that's been funded by FC PAC. Anyway, but BAF, Building America's Future, is also funding something called Progress 2028, which is purporting to be, more dirty tricks, it's purporting to be the Harris campaign's answer to Project 2025, but it's not. It's just made up. Project 2028 is Progress 2028 is a website consisting of fake positions that the Harris campaign has not taken, but they're pretending she has. They're pretending this is her equivalent of Project 2025. So stuff like empowering undocumented immigrants, expanding Medicaid to undocumented immigrants, all that kind of stuff. And look, it's funny in a shameless way. But look, the reason I wanted to flag all this just now was because while this is the kind of stuff we look at and laugh, the micro-targeting the phones of Muslim and Arab voters with the pro-Israel gear and the micro-targeting Jewish voters with the pro-Hamas, pro-Palestinian gear, it could affect the election. It really could. And if Muslim voters cost Harris in Michigan, or Jewish voters cost Harris in Pennsylvania, then maybe Elon did deliver for Trump after all by becoming the new Roger Stone. I don't know. Let's find out. But I just wanted to flag that. So if you see the exit polls heading that way, you know what caused it. And there's one more section I wanted to cover, which was the dogs that didn't bark. I'll race through these pretty quickly. Number one, a dog that didn't bark, mentioning Supreme Court justices. How did that not become an issue in this campaign?
right after Dobbs, when people are totally aware of what the Supreme Court can do. Like right now, they're so aware with abortion that the Supreme Court has significant power. Like whoever controls the Supreme Court makes a big difference. I would have thought this would be a perfect time to make an argument about voting for either, if you're a Republican, voting for Trump, or if you're a Democrat, voting for Kamala Harris, to try to control the Supreme Court for longer. Because if Trump wins and holds the Senate, you would expect at least Alito to retire, if not also Justice Thomas. Now, remember, Alito is almost certain to retire because, remember, we talked about this a few months back. There was an undercover journalist with a hidden mic who was talking to Alito's wife, and she flagged very strongly that he wants to retire, and he's about to retire if he can. So that's at least one retirement, and maybe two. If they both retire and Trump replaces both of them, then the court will have 6 young conservative justices and a 2-seat majority. So you need to get rid of 2 of them before the Supreme Court could flip. John Roberts would be the oldest conservative in 2028 at the age of 73. And then the next oldest conservative justice would be Brett Kavanaugh, who would be 63. And you would need to lose 2 of them. So that would be at least Supreme Court domination from conservatives until probably the mid-2040s, maybe longer. So that's really significant, I would have thought, especially for Democrats. Like to say, do we really want this situation for another 20 years? I would have thought they would have mentioned it, but I mean, they mentioned it once or twice, but not really. I would have thought there'd be a huge advertising campaign, but no. That's a dog that didn't bark. Another one, Trump's medical records. He never released his actual medical records. All he released was this letter from a doctor who was a member of his golf club. I am pleased to report that President Trump's overall health is excellent. His physical exams were well within the normal range and his cognitive exams were exceptional. In addition, his most recent extensive laboratory analysis remains well within normal limits and was even more favourable than prior testing in some of the more significant parameters, most likely secondary to weight reduction. Cardiovascular studies are all normal and cancer screenings are all negative. President Trump has reduced his weight through an improved diet and continued daily physical activity while maintaining a rigorous schedule. It is my opinion that President Trump is currently in excellent health, and with his continued interest in preventative health monitoring and maintenance, he will continue to enjoy a healthy, active lifestyle for years to come. That was a bit of a read, but for your complete medical records when you're 78 years old, and you're looking like shit, by the way, these days, that is pathetic. I know a lot of people don't care, but I care. It seems like Biden has set the bar so low for health that we've now forgotten where it was before. Where it was before was that a 78-year-old would get hounded endlessly every day for months if they didn't put out their medical records. Especially, I can't emphasize enough how bad Trump is looking these days. He looks so exhausted and lethargic. And like there are times when he looks like he's falling asleep on the dais when he has a rally. It's just, I'm really surprised. I mean, I didn't expect him to give in, but I'm surprised he got away with it with this little effort from people trying to force him to release some kind of record. I mean, Harris gave it the go. She did give it the go. For a couple of days there, she was harassing him a bit. I assume it was like she timed it with her releasing her own medical records, presumably to turn the tables on him. And this is how she put it.
And he's not being transparent with the voters. He's not being transparent. So check this out. He refuses to release his medical records. I've done it. Every other presidential candidate in modern era has done it. He is unwilling to do a 60 Minutes interview. Like every other major party candidate has done for more than half a century. He is unwilling to meet for a second debate. the thing. It makes you wonder. It makes you wonder, why does his staff want him to hide away? One must question, are they afraid that people will see that he is too weak and unstable to lead America? Is that what's going on?
And that message lasted for about a day, got no purchase, so she moved on. She just gave up. I don't blame her, because the press didn't give a shit. Like, it's kind of the press's job to push for that kind of stuff. At least it used to be. And now they just don't care. I mean, the cheekiest bit was that Trump then went into full troll mode and he started picking holes in Kamala Harris's real medical records that she'd released when he hadn't released any. Like, he's putting out tweets like, Kamala's medical report is really bad. With all the problems that she has, there's a real question as to whether or not she should be running for president. My report is perfect. No problems. Well, why don't you show us your report then, Trump? If it's perfect and has no problems. I know your letter from your golf buddy is perfect with no problems, but that's not a medical report. Why don't you show us your report? In fact, at one point in time, he actually pulled off the rare double shameless, where he both critiqued Kamala's medical report and her 60 Minutes interview when he'd skived on both of them. I have just seen Kamala's report, and it is not good. According to her doctor's report, she suffers from urticaria, defined as a rash of round red welts on the skin that itch intensely, sometimes with dangerous swelling. She also has allergic rhinitis and allergic conjunctivitis, a very messy and dangerous situation. These are deeply serious conditions that clearly impact her functioning. Maybe that's why she can't answer even the simplest of questions asked by 60 Minutes. And others. What's this all about? I don't have these problems. Well, she did better on 60 Minutes than you did, mate. I mean, I kind of almost feel like that he's actually a full-on troll. Like, he's actually laughing while he's typing these. He's just taking the piss. And if he is just taking the piss, then I'll take my hat off to his sense of humour. But if he's not taking the piss, and even if he is taking the piss, really, he shouldn't be allowed to get away with that. He should have just been hounded. But he wasn't. He wasn't. It took about a day or two for him to outlast them. And then we just all moved on with a 78-year-old who could drop at any moment. RFK. This is an interesting dog that didn't bark. This is in the last couple of days. I'm really surprised it didn't get more coverage. RFK reckons that Trump is going to put him in charge of health.
The key that I think that President Trump has promised me is control of the public health agencies, which are HHS and its sub-agencies, CDC, FDA, NIH, and a few others, and then also the USDA, which is key to making America healthy.
Now, that's RFK saying that. We don't know what's true and what's not, because rule number one with RFK is you do not believe what he says. We also don't know, even if he is telling the truth, we don't know what Trump means by that exactly. We don't know if he's going to keep his promise or not. I'd be guessing probably not, but we just don't know. Maybe he will. And we especially don't know if this authority that RFK is referring to would involve authority over vaccines, which I think would worry people quite a lot if RFK is in charge of vaccines in America. But we do know that Trump said this at the Madison Square Garden rally just a couple of days ago.
I'm going to let him go wild on health. I'm going to let him go wild on the food. I'm going to let him go wild on medicines. The only thing I don't think I'm going to let him even get near is the liquid gold that we have under our feet.
So that there strikes me as a little bit concerning, because he hasn't ruled out. He's ruled out RFK having some influence over oil drilling, but not vaccines.
You can take oil drilling any day, mate. Just keep them away from the vaccines, please. And then finally, Trump's obviously been ridiculous about 60 Minutes. And when I say that, I'm referring to how 60 Minutes edited Kamala Harris's interview to make her seem a lot more coherent than she actually was. Trump has been going feral about that ever since, tweeting out things like, 60 Minutes should be immediately taken off the air. Election interference. CBS should lose its license. This is the biggest scandal in broadcast history. Kamala should be investigated and forced off the campaign, and Joe Biden allowed to take back his rightful place. He got 14 million primary votes. She got none. This whole sordid and fraudulent event is a threat to democracy. Okay, so obviously Trump's been ridiculous there, but I will say this. It is bad that CBS never released the transcript of the full interview, even now. They still haven't released it. We edit interviews on our show all the time as well, for exactly, to get the time, but also, like, we make snips as we go to make people more coherent and smoother all the time. Like, it's just pleasant viewing for the viewer. So I have no problems at all with CBS editing Kamala Harris to make her smoother for 60 Minutes. But we put the whole interview up online, and I know you're going to find this hard to believe, but Kamala Harris's 60 Minutes interview was even more important than the Planet America interview. I know. I can barely believe that. But they should have put the whole interview up, in my view, online, like we do. But that's okay. If for some reason you didn't because something went wrong or whatever, or you just don't want to for whatever reason, I don't care. That's fine. But they should have at least put up a transcript. They really should. This is an important interview. This was her first proper adversarial interview, and they definitely should have put up the transcript when it's for an election, and it's important stuff. It actually makes me wonder, and CBS normally do as well, by the way. They normally do put up transcripts or the full interview. And it makes me wonder why they haven't put it up yet, to be honest. I don't want to get conspiratorial, but, I mean, did something go wrong? Like, did she stuff up in some way? Did 60 Minutes stuff up in some way? Did something libelous happen? Did they allow her to give a second answer at one point? I don't know. It just makes me wonder why they've been so stubborn about this, because it's just normal practice to put up full transcripts of interviews, or at least the full interview on YouTube or something. They do this all the time. So, yeah, I found that really weird. All right, now it's time. Let's get into it.
What time is it?
It's policy time. What time is it? It's policy time. Let's do a Trumpy dance. Yeah! Look, 112 pages, folks, of summarised notes coming right at ya. This ain't going to be short. But I could try and do my best to cut through the crap here. There's a lot of partisanship when it comes to economics matters in American politics. You do have to do some deciphering. I mean, recall, for instance, when J.D. Vance was asked about the Fed cutting interest rates and relieving inflation, and his crowd booed.
The Fed cut the interest rate today by 0.5 percentage point, going to alleviate inflation for a lot of people, and so if you have any reaction to that, we'd love it.
Well, look, my reaction is
that is how partisan economics is in America. But I think I've got down to the very basics here for you. I say very basics. It's 16 pages long. Yeah, quite a long basics. But yeah, tax policy, it's a pretty big deal. All right, let's start with Trump. Now, there's not much spending from Trump at all. There's there's one or two non-tax related items like free IVF, for instance, him promising free IVF either through direct funding or through insurance. We don't know what exact form it will take, though, or if he even remembers that he promised that now. I reckon most people have probably forgotten that now. So, look, I'll leave that. But nevertheless, even though there isn't much spending, very little spending, Trump is blowing up the deficit with loads of tax cuts and tax breaks. So let's go through them. Now, the biggest line item in Trump's package is definitely extending his 2017 tax cuts in their entirety. They're supposed to expire in 2025. Just extending them costs $4.6 trillion for a decade. But what does that mean, extending those tax cuts? It means the income tax rate's going to stay at 37%. It means that corporate taxes are currently 21%. Trump actually wants to cut them to 20%. He also wants to make them even lower. He wants to offer 15% corporate taxes for people who manufacture in the US. Now, this might surprise you, but I totally support that. I think, generally speaking, low corporate taxes are a good thing. I'll explain why later on. And I think cutting corporate taxes to boost local production is clever. Even though, like, America really has a deficit problem, I think this is one area where cutting taxes makes sense. Capital gains taxes, they're taxes on profit made by selling an asset like a stock or a business, something like that, maybe property. They're currently at 20%. Trump would like to keep them at 20%. Also, there's a bunch of expanded research and development tax credits, 100% bonus depreciation, expensing for new manufacturing investments. These are things that he wants to maintain plus increase with some of these policies as well. There's a bunch of technical stuff. I won't get into all that because this is long enough as it is. But the key with Trump's tax policies, there's a whole series of carve-outs. Coincidentally, a lot of them seem to affect high-value voting groups. Like, for instance, no taxes on tips, sucks up to Nevada. No taxes on overtime pay, sucks up to unions and working-class men. No taxes on Social Security benefits, sucks up to seniors. Get SALT back, that sucks up to New Yorkers, and there's like 6 swing seats in the House in New York. No taxes on auto interest repayments, sucks up to auto dealers. You might go, why would he care about them? They're a Republican constituency. We'll get into them in a second. Let's start with no taxes on tips. This could potentially be very useful for some working class people, but it's also potentially a massive loophole because Trump hasn't stipulated if he means just income taxes, no taxes, or income and payroll taxes, because these guys, they're more likely to pay payroll taxes than income taxes because income taxes are only really paid by relatively wealthy people. The bottom 45% or so of people do not pay income taxes. Also, Trump hasn't stipulated, this is the big loophole, Trump hasn't stipulated which industries he's referring to. Maybe it's just waiters. Maybe it's waiters and fast food workers. Maybe it's hospitality like casinos, hotels. Maybe they will fix this at the legislative level and they'll be precise then. But right now, could be anyone. Could be lawyers. Could be doctors. Could be anyone who wants to declare their income as a tip. And guess what? Before long, that's exactly what's going to happen. If you have a big, juicy tax break just hanging out there, then people are going to take advantage of it. So that is a concern. How much would it cost? We don't know because Trump hasn't specified the detail. The Tax Foundation says it could cost at least $107 billion over 10 years. The Committee for Responsible Federal Budget says $250 billion over 10 years. That's quite a big difference because they've got different assumptions because we don't know the details. It could be anything, really, depending on how many people wrought it. So we'll find out. That's no taxes on tips. How about the next one?
I'm also announcing that as part of our additional tax cuts, we will end all taxes on overtime. You know what that means? Think of that. Think of that. Think of that. That gives people more of an incentive to work. It gives the companies it's a lot easier to get the people. And, you know, I went to some economists, great ones, and I said, what do you think? They said, it would be unbelievable. You'll get a whole new workforce by doing that. No taxes on overtime. The people who work overtime are among the hardest working citizens in our country. And for too long, no one in Washington has been looking out for them. Those are the people. They really work. They're police officers, nurses, factory workers, construction workers, truck drivers, and machine operators. It's time for the working man and woman to finally catch a break, and that's what we're doing because this is a good one. And I think it's going to be great for the country. So that's why we will be saying that if you're an overtime worker, when you're past 40 hours a week, think of that. Your overtime hours will be tax-free. Okay? Good? You're going to have it too.
Yes, no taxes on overtime pay. This certainly wouldn't be helping rich people because only people earning less than $35,000 a year income are definitely eligible for overtime payments. Above that income, some are eligible, some aren't. The wealthier you get, the less likely you are to be receiving overtime pay. So this is a working class and middle class tax cut, without doubt. It's also a lot better than no taxes on tips because it applies to all industries, not just to one industry favoured by a group of workers. It would encourage hard work from the right people, from people struggling to get by, to work their way up the ladder, to fulfill the American dream. This actually would help them and it would encourage hard work from those people. So it would produce potentially quite a benefit to the economy. And as I said, an opportunity for the poor and middle class. I don't mind this tax break at all. I reckon this is a pretty good idea. If you can afford any tax breaks, which is a big if in America at the moment, but if you can afford any tax breaks, I'd start with this one. I think it's a good one from Trump. But just to be clear, it doesn't help the poor as much as you might think because it's only for income taxes. And like I said, the poor don't pay any income taxes. What they do pay are payroll taxes or Social Security taxes. They pay a 7.45% levy on payroll and Social Security taxes, payroll or Social Security taxes. Up to 70% of people earning less than $100,000 pay more in Social Security taxes than they do income taxes. And over $168,000, people don't pay any Social Security taxes at all. That's when it cuts off, right? So that's when income taxes really take over. But until then, Social Security taxes are a big part of people's taxes. Now, America, unfortunately, just really can't afford to reduce anyone's Social Security taxes right now because the deficit is a problem. And Social Security financing is a real problem too. So I wouldn't advise Trump cutting Social Security taxes for overtime. And in fact, he isn't. He's just cutting income taxes. But it just means this offer is actually more of a middle-class tax cut than a working-class tax cut. You need to be earning enough to pay income taxes, but not so much that you're too rich for overtime pay. How much does it cost? Don't really know. Tax Foundation expects exempting overtime pay could cost anywhere between $680 billion and $3 trillion over 10 years. Quite a large range. Why is it? Because once again, much like the no taxes on tips, we don't know how much employers are going to start declaring everything as overtime. This is a common theme of creating policy through tax breaks. It distorts people's behaviour to exploit the tax breaks. And then they start rorting things and then they blow out in the cost. And this is no exception potentially. No tax on Social Security benefits for seniors. Now, to be clear, right now, retirees with a combined income, that's combining their actual income with half of their Social Security income, of less than $25,000 as individuals or $32,000 as couples, they pay zero tax below those levels on Social Security benefits. Then how much they pay rises as the amount they earn rises as well. It never gets to more than 85% of their Social Security income, though. That can be taxed. Social Security Administration reckons that in 2022, only about 48% of Social Security beneficiaries paid any tax on their Social Security payments at all, let alone a lot of tax. So this tax break is really only helping the wealthier people. Only 48% of seniors pay taxes on Social Security benefits. They're the only ones this is affecting, especially because old people are relatively wealthy in the first place. Seniors have the lowest poverty rate of any age group, the lowest poverty rate. And their average household incomes have grown 4 times as fast as the average worker's income has since 1980. So they're the people who least need help at this point in time, but yet this tax break would give it to them. What would this do for them? It would increase their after-tax income by about $560 a year, or about 0.9% on average. So it doesn't really help them that much, and they don't need it, and it doesn't help them that much. But what it does do is make a big difference to Social Security. The Social Security Trust Fund received $51 billion from Social Security taxes in 2023. That's 3.8% of his income. Medicare's Hospital Insurance Trust Fund also received $35 billion from Social Security taxes in 2023. That's 8.4% of the Medicare Hospital Insurance Trust Fund's total income. And that's going to increase over time. You add that all up, you're talking $1.8 trillion less revenue for those two programs by 2033, just for this piddly tax break that the old people don't even need and barely helps them. So this change would make little difference for old people, but it really, really hurts the fiscal security of Social Security. The Committee for Responsible Federal Budget projects it will exhaust the Social Security Trust Fund 1 year earlier from 2034 to 2033. And by the way, if you throw in Trump's deportations on top of that, it becomes 3 years earlier from 2034 to 2031. And Harris has mentioned this a few times.
And actually just today, I believe it was, within the last 24 hours or so, an independent review of Donald Trump's policy on Social Security has indicated that under his policy, Social Security would become insolvent in 6 years.
It would also exhaust the Medicare Hospital Insurance Trust Fund 6 years earlier, in 2030 rather than 2036. And to remind you, when those trust funds run out, there will be an automatic legislated cut across the board of about 21 to 23% on all Social Security payments instantly. So that's kind of like a really big tax, much bigger than the tax they're saving money on right now. So this is a terrible, terrible policy idea. This is one of the worst policy ideas. Note, by the way, these taxes that Trump's trying to cut or offer a tax break on were only put in place in 1983 by Ronald Reagan, of all people, to keep those trust funds afloat, to try and keep them fiscally alive. And now Trump's trying to undermine that. Also note, this stupidity, it's not just Trump's, it's bipartisan stupidity. A number of Democrats agree with Trump on this, including Mr. Vice President Tim Walz, who signed legislation that exempted Social Security payments from state taxes for many seniors. So, yeah, he hasn't answered many questions on that, but I would ask him one about that. Mr. So-called Vice President. Also, if they want to save Social Security, and I think you should, I think it's a good thing to save, the easiest thing to do would be to remove that cap I referred to before. When people stop paying Social Security taxes. Right now, that cap's $168,000. People don't pay a cent of Social Security taxes over $168,000 of income. Removing that cap, that would help a lot. There's no cap on the levy for the Medicare hospital insurance tax, though. That's 1.45%. And finally, this tax break, as shit as it is, it's not actually going to happen because you can't get around the filibuster with any law that affects Social Security. That's in the Senate rules. So either they need to convince enough Democrats to go along with this, maybe they would, maybe Tim Walz would help them, or they need to change the Senate rules, or it won't happen at all. So maybe, yeah, as I said, maybe Tim Walz will help this happen. Let's hope he doesn't, because it sucks. Next one, get SALT back. Now, when I first said get SALT back, you'd be going, what the hell does that mean? Let me explain to you. SALT is state and local taxes. When we talk about getting SALT back, what we mean is
You used to be able to write off all state and local taxes as a tax deduction for federal taxes. So if you paid state and local taxes, say you paid 20 grand in state and local taxes, you could deduct that from your federal tax, from your income for the purposes of federal taxes. But under Trump's tax plan in 2017, this is Trump who did this, they limited that tax deduction to only $10,000. So that's a limit of $10,000 for any deductions made for state and local income taxes, general sales taxes, property taxes, any state taxes at all. Which meant if you were rich and you paid a huge amount of taxes in a blue state like, say, New York or California, because they charge property taxes, and so maybe in your mansions you'd pay massive property taxes. If you were charged those massive property taxes, you lost a massive tax break under Trump. Limiting that tax break in 2017, it's actually a progressive measure because it would raise way more taxes from rich people. Poor people didn't pay more than $10,000 in state and local taxes. So having a cap there of $10,000 on a deduction didn't help poor people at all. It didn't hurt poor people at all. It only hurt rich people. And Republicans didn't mind doing that at the time because it was only affecting rich blue staters. So they thought, well, screw you. But then they realized that New York has 6 swing House seats, and the New Yorkers are very angry about that change. So now they're trying to get rid of it. And Trump wants to suck up to the New Yorkers by getting rid of it as well and create an unlimited tax deduction like there was before Trump's tax cuts in 2017. How much would this cost? Just to keep some rich New Yorkers happy? A cool $1.5 trillion over the decade for a rich person's tax break to buy a few New York votes. That's a lot of money. This is a terrible idea. I think the cap is great. In fact, I'd have no cap. I'd have complete cap. I would have, you just can't have any tax deductions on state and local taxes because of the people who are paying state and local taxes. Oh, maybe give them a little bit, just a teensy bit, less than $10,000. Let's make it $5,000. There we go. That's some good policy. Policy time. Next, double taxation of overseas income. So many of these tax breaks from Trump. I'm going to revisit this in the future with some of the feedback I received from expats. I've gotten heaps of it. But basically, just to summarize for those who don't know what I'm talking about, America is one of the very few countries that require its citizens to pay income tax even when that citizen lives in and pays taxes to another country. And this is a massive nuisance to people who live overseas because they have huge compliance costs, even if they don't pay any tax. And 82% of them don't pay any tax, by the way, or don't pay any of these overseas income taxes because you only start paying tax if your income is more than $126,000 a year. And there are deductions for overseas living expenses. There's deductions for the taxes you pay in the foreign country. Basically, you have to be doing pretty well for yourself before you start paying these overseas income taxes. But the key is the compliance. Everyone has to go through the compliance. And also, you get taxed for fairly random things like selling houses. It's just a massive nuisance for a lot of people. And also, what it does is it disincentivizes billionaires from moving overseas to low-tax countries so they can avoid tax. If they're just going to be paying tax anyway, why would they do that? But if they can move to Bermuda to completely avoid American taxes, then they might do that. It might be where say, an Elon Musk or a Jeff Bezos just moves their base to. I haven't seen it modelled what this would cost, getting rid of the double taxation of overseas income, but if a few billionaires move overseas, it could cost quite a lot. And next, we've got...
We will make interest on car loans fully deductible. That's going to revolutionize your industry. This will stimulate massive domestic auto production and make car ownership dramatically more affordable for millions and millions of working American families. This is a phenomenal thing.
Yes, tax breaks on auto loan repayment interest. Don't listen to what Trump just said. That's not how taxes work. The average new car owner can expect to pay about $4,500 in loan interest over 6 years. The average used car owner
can expect to pay about $6,000 in loan interest over 5 years. So we're talking about $1,000 a year here. Under the 2017 tax law, if you don't itemize your deductions one by one, you can just take a standard $15,000 deduction for singles or $30,000 deduction for couples. This is yet another reason why only wealthier people pay income tax, because these massive deductions that you can take. 90% of people take the standard deduction. Of course they do. So not many people would be itemizing this auto interest deduction because it's so piddly, it's tiny. That means that it's not really useful for many people, but it also means it won't cost much. It'll cost about $76 billion over 10 years. All right, so why does it exist? It's a payoff. Like I said before, auto dealers are huge Republican donors. They donate 6-1 to Republicans over Democrats. So this will make those auto dealers feel good, but not make a huge amount of difference. In fact, Trump changed this policy later to be just for American cars only. So now it's going to make even less of a difference. You can get a tax break on interest paid on auto loan repayments for American cars. It's very, very finely sliced. And we got the cap on credit card interest rates at 10%, which unlike Harris's price gouging proposal, this is pure socialism right there. Here, just setting maximum interest rates. Also, Trump does not have the power to do this at all. But Congress does. What if Congress passed it? Well, it would backfire badly because credit card companies aren't going to willingly lose money. So they'll be either limiting credit card access only to people with high credit scores, or they'll be requiring collateral from poor people to get a loan. The poor people would have to offer their assets to get any credit at all. High interest rates equals easy access for credit. Low interest rates equals higher barriers to credit. That's how it usually works, at least if you're going to set them artificially low, which is what Trump wants to do here. So this isn't really helping anyone. And it's also poorly targeted because the credit card debt, look at this graph if you're watching. Credit card debt as a percentage of household income, it's much lower than it used to be. It's not rock bottom, but this is less of a problem now than it used to be. It used to be quite a big problem, but increasingly credit card debt is a smaller percentage of people's household income. So this is not super necessary either. It's terrible policy, and it's not going to happen, but it wouldn't cost the government anything if it did, so let's ignore it. And then there's a few brain farts that Trump has thrown around, other ideas like, which we don't know if he's going to follow them or not. Like he said he'd consider exempting police officers, firefighters, active duty military, and veterans from paying taxes. He said he'd cut the estate tax. That's an inheritance tax, by the way. Right now, children are exempt from estate taxes unless they inherit more than $13.6 million. So only 0.2% of people are actually exposed to estate taxes. Trump says that's too many, so he's going to try and expose fewer people to estate taxes. He also said he'd tax woke universities more, whatever that means. He said he might deduct the expenses for newborns. He said he might give a tax credit to family caregivers. These are all uncertain. They came and they went. No one is counting these proposals in any of their number crunching. So, but I just thought I'd list them. Okay, so they're all the things that are costing money. All these tax breaks, all these tax cuts. How's he going to raise this money? Well, Trump says he's going to raise it through tariffs. The global tariff, well, no one knows what the global tariff is. He started off by saying it'd be a 10% tariff on all foreign products. But now it seems to be 20%, he's saying now. Maybe it's neither. He's not very clear. He switches back and forth, but I'm going to assume 20% because he's saying that a lot more recently. And then there's also tariffs, particularly on China. He started off as saying 60% tariffs on Chinese imports, but then he said 100%, and then sometimes he says 1,000%, and sometimes he says 2,000%. I got no idea. Who knows? Let's assume 60% tariffs because that's what he says most of the time. And Trump, as we all know, loves tariffs. He thinks tariffs are magic. He insists that they're paid by foreign countries and foreign countries alone, and they never pay any of those taxes onto the people buying their goods. They just swallow those tariffs out of the goodness of their heart.
A tariff is a tax on a foreign country. That's the way it is, whether you like it or not. A lot of people like to say, oh, it's a tax on us. No. It's a tax on a foreign country. It's a tax on a country that's ripping us off and stealing our jobs. And it's a tax that doesn't affect our country.
Now, that is 100% bullshit. Of course they pass the tariffs onto consumers. The logic of tariffs is that they protect the local industry, right? If consumers didn't face higher prices from foreign goods, then they would offer zero protection for the local industry, wouldn't they? So even by Trump's own logic, this doesn't make sense. Either these tariffs raise prices or they offer no protection at all. You choose. Choose one of them. It can't be both. Now, Trump would respond to this by saying, oh yeah? Look at my first term. Look at my first 4 years. I had tariffs then. There was no great inflation from those tariffs, was there? And you know what? The Biden administration agrees with them. They kept Trump's tariffs. And the US Trade Rep Catherine Tai said, when we have started looking back at the last 5 and 6 years of prices in the United States, you didn't see an automatic increase in prices as a result of tariffs. Interesting word there, automatic increase. Look, they're wrong. I think Catherine Tai might be being tricky with words, but if she's not, she's wrong too. They're all wrong. The actual economists have looked into this as opposed to just people sounding off, and like me, I guess. And there was inflation because of his tariffs. It's just that his first round of tariffs were only on a limited range of goods, and the tariffs were relatively low, so the inflation wasn't easily noticed. But have a look at this graph. After 2018, there is a clear, instant jump of 3.5% rising in the prices of goods that Trump placed under tariffs. They're the blue line. As soon as the tariffs come in, they jump 3.5% in prices. Whereas the other goods that weren't under a tariff, that's the yellow line, actually dropped in price slightly at the same time. But at most, they stayed still. So you can see, clearly, there's a price increase amongst tariff goods in Trump's first term. And this time around, the tariffs would be broader and larger, so the impact would be far greater. Okay, what else about tariffs? Now, I'm going to go on about tariffs a little while because I think this is actually the worst part of Trump's policy, and it doesn't get talked about nearly enough in my view. This is why I think this is so important, this particular policy time. Tariffs don't raise much money. In fact, arguably don't raise any money. Let me explain. The Tax Policy Center said that tariffs would generate $3.7 trillion in gross revenues over 10 years. That's for a general 20% tariff globally. But they would net only $2.8 trillion over 10 years because they would reduce revenues from other federal taxes. And the retaliation from other countries is kind of unknown. That is where the devil is in the details. Because you say $2.8 trillion is still a lot of money, Chaz. It is. But how much compensation are you paying because of the retaliation from other countries? Let's look at the case study. Once again, this has happened before in Trump's first term. In 2018-19, Trump paid 92% of the collected duties from his tariffs back to farmers to compensate them for retaliation from other countries. 92%. The retaliation was so extreme of increased tariffs on American farmers that they needed that much compensation. Basically, almost the entire collection of tariffs went into compensation. So they netted almost nothing. So that's why I say it's highly possible
that with huge tariffs, like 20% global tariffs, that the compensation will end up being so great, they won't raise any money at all, or at least a tiny amount of money, maybe. We don't know. There's just uncertain. They're also damaging tariffs to the economy. Tariffs do damage everywhere. For instance, rather than giving a competitive advantage to local industries, what tariffs actually tend to do in the real world is they allow those industries to also raise their prices to the same level as the foreign products, so that way the local companies can make extra profits. It's price gouging. That's what it is. Tariffs set up a situation which encourages companies, local companies, to rip off consumers. If we look at 2018, at washing machine tariffs, have a look at the graph. The local non-tariffed companies in blue raised their prices on washing machines by the same amount as the tariff companies did in red. So this is just encouraging ripping people off. That's why local businesses love tariffs so much, because they make a killing out of them. Price rises now also cost jobs. And the retaliation from the other countries that you place tariffs on cost even more jobs. So, for example, the Tax Foundation says that we're just talking the 10% global tariff now, just the 10%, not the 20%. The 10% global tariff alone would cost 505,000 jobs, and the extra retaliation would cost another 322,000 jobs, reducing GDP by 1.1%. For those in the bottom half of income, it would reduce their after-tax income by about 3.5%. And that is just the 10% global tariff. If it ends up being a 20% global tariff, those numbers will be much greater. The Peterson Institute estimates a 20% global tariff would cost the average American household $2,600 a year. Also, the extra money that the consumers are spending on the tariff products, that's not being spent on other products. So that's not good for the other industries. The tariff might help a local one-off industry, like a steel industry, say, or the washing machine industry or whatever. But the industries that aren't benefiting from tariffs are screwed over. That's why in this Wall Street Journal survey of economists, have a look at the graph here, about 60% of economists say manufacturing employment will decrease under Trump. 15% say it will increase, 25% say it will remain level. Another thing about tariffs, they encourage corruption. A study reviewed the 7,000 applications for exemptions that companies filed after Trump's tariffs in 2018. 1,022 of them were approved. And guess what they found? Companies that lobbied the government were more likely to get exemptions. Companies that donated to Republicans were much more likely to get exemptions. And companies that donated to Democrats were much less likely to get exemptions. So it's a license for extortion and graft. Just like in the 1890s when tariffs dominated. That probably sounds great to Trump. He loves extortion and graft, but it doesn't sound great to me. Now, do tariffs sometimes work in bullying other countries? That's what Trump says. He says, if I want some policy, I'll just bully them with a tariff. Like I'll say, if you don't do X, I'll just impose a 100% tariff on you. And then they do it. You know what? Sometimes it does work. Trump does pull that off sometimes, That's Trump's specialty. Threatening countries and companies with tariffs if they don't give in to him. He's had definitely some foreign policy successes through that, and he'll have more in the future. That is a genuine strength. I concede that completely. But when they call his bluff, the tariffs never seem to go away. And let's look at the reality. Those tariffs that Trump did impose in 2018, they're still there. They're hurting everyone still. And Joe Biden, well, he hasn't gotten rid of them for, the fact is, Joe Biden isn't much better when it comes to tariffs. Like him and Trump Trump is worse than Joe Biden on tariffs, but Joe Biden is worse than pretty much any other president for the last, decades, many decades when it comes to tariffs.
But what's happened? What benefit have we gotten from those tariffs? Exactly 0 countries lowered their tariffs in response to the 2018 tariffs. 0. Several countries, though, did retaliate with higher tariffs of their own. China, Russia, the EU, India, Turkey. The National Taxpayers Union found a 1% increase in foreign tariffs is associated with a 3.9% reduction in US exports. Between the American tariffs and the retaliatory tariffs, it really screws up trade. 40 million people work in industries that involve trade in America. That's a lot of people to screw with. Mind you, Biden, as I said, hasn't gotten rid of the tariffs because his US trade rep, Catherine Tai, says, quote, a trade negotiator never walks away from leverage. So maybe one day they will pay off. We'll see. Also, Trump does have a tendency to pretend he has more success with tariff diplomacy and bullying than he actually does. Take John Deere tractors. Now, this is Trump's side of the story.
John Deere, great company, they announced about a year ago they're going to build big plants outside of the United States, right? They're going to build them in Mexico.
And you threatened them with tariffs and they stopped.
That's right. I said, if John Deere builds those plants and not selling anything into the United States, they just announced yesterday they're probably not going to build the plants, okay? I kept the jobs here.
Whereas John Deere's side of the story, a spokesperson told the Wall Street Journal and Bloomberg News that John Deere had not changed its plans or announced any such changes at all. Trump seems to have made them up. Unless he knows something we don't know, maybe he does. Well, what about Apple then?
In the case of Apple, they needed an exception. You know why? Because of Samsung. He came to me and he said, Samsung makes a product similar to ours, very good product, the phones and other things. And because they're in South Korea, they don't have the tariffs. Because we're in China, we have the tariffs. I said, you happen to be right. You're not going to be able to compete. I said, look, I'm going to give you a 1-year break, but I want you to start building your factories in this country, whether it's Texas or any other place, anywhere in the country. And he said, what does that mean? I said, you have everything in China. I want you to move it from China back to our country. And he started doing that. And he built a factory, a big one in Texas. He built another one.
Now, apart from the fact that Trump portrays Steve Jobs as a moron there, also on top of that, that story is bullshit. The Texas plant he referred to is in Austin, and that was opened in 2013, well before Trump was president. Now, look, I'm sure there are some good news stories out there about tariffs and tariff diplomacy, but Trump just makes shit up all the time. We know that, and this is no exception. By the way, I have never seen such a hopelessly deluded set of reports about an interview or about some kind of political event than I saw on the day of that interview that those two quotes came from. That was the Economic Club in Chicago, and Trump was absolutely embarrassing. The man has no idea at all what he's talking about. I would play you a 3 or 4 minute excerpt now, where just to show you how little clue he had about tariffs, and the interviewer was just taking pity on him, and it was really patronizing him actually at one point in time, trying to explain things because Trump just didn't seem to understand anything that he was talking about. And then Trump acted all high and mighty as if, oh, I really understand, you don't understand. It was cringeworthy. It was finer cringe comedy than the UK Office. That's what it was. And anyway, but this is what Hannity said about that interview.
So in one of his greatest all-time moments on the campaign trail, former President Donald Trump absolutely schooled Bloomberg's editor-in-chief today during a live appearance at the Economic Club of Chicago. Despite things getting, well, a little heated at times, Trump, frankly, masterfully navigated the situation, laid out what was a clear vision for American prosperity.
And then Steve Miller tweeted, Trump's Bloomberg interview at the Economic Club of Chicago was the greatest live interview any political leader or politician has done on the economy in our lifetimes. Period. Oh my God, Steve Miller. What's going on with him? So many bizarre tweets from him today. He's tweeting like a maniac. Someone needs to upgrade his meds. But apart from that interview just being terrible, there's even more to say about tariffs. I know I've said a lot, but honestly, tariffs suck. They're also extremely regressive. Right now, for instance, tariffs on basic products are often higher than tariffs on more luxurious products. For example, the tariff on the sterling silver spoon is 3.3%. A tariff on a silver-plated spoon is 4.2%. And the tariff on the stainless steel spoon is 14%. A tariff on a silk pillowcase, 4.5%. A tariff on a cotton pillowcase, 11.9%. A tariff on a polyester pillowcase, 14.9%. Now, look, Trump might solve that problem with his global tariff if everything is 20%. But even then, poor people pay a much higher percentage of their income on expenditure than rich people do. So, by definition, tariffs which are effectively sales taxes hit poor people harder. So, for example, the Council for Economic Advisors estimates that a 10% global tariff would impose a burden of 2.3% of income for those in the bottom quintile, compared to just 0.5% for households in the top 1%. A 20% tariff would obviously be much more expensive again. So, what Trump is doing here is he's using tariffs, higher tariffs, to pay for lower income tax. He's paying, essentially, he's getting poor people to pay with tariffs for rich people's income tax cuts. They even admit it using code language in the Republican policy platform. As tariffs on foreign producers go up, that's poor people's taxes, taxes on American families, workers and businesses can come down. That's income taxes for wealthy people. That's the GOP. That's the GOP way of saying that they're going to reverse Robin Hood this shit. And it gets even worse. Trump's even talking about pushing this further. He seems to think he could entirely replace income taxes with tariffs.
So, do you believe at some point in time we could find a way, once the country's back on its feet and getting enough revenue and paid off our debt, do you think it's possible to find a way to eliminate federal taxes?
There is a way.
And how do you feel about it?
You know, in the old days, when we were a smart country, in the 1890s and all, this is when the country was relatively the richest it ever was. It had all tariffs. It didn't have an income tax.
Yes, sir.
Okay? Now we have income taxes, and we have people that are dying. They're paying tax, and they don't have the money to pay the tax. No, in the old days, 1890, 1880, we had so much money, they had to set up committees, blue ribbon committees, how to spend our wealth. We had no idea how to spend it with so much money. Then we went to the income tax system, and the rest is sort of history. But no, there is a way. I mean, if what I'm planning comes out, it's a great question, by the way.
Everyone could have taken
You're a pretty sophisticated cat, you know?
Once again, what he's saying is bullshit. No one is dying because of income tax. Half the country doesn't even pay income tax. And as for this unlimited bounty in the 1890s that he's referring to, once again, the man is an economic idiot. Federal spending in the 1890s was 3% of GDP. It's been about 20% of GDP for the last 50 years. In 2024, it was 24% of GDP. That's why you need income taxes, because they raise much, much, much more money than tariffs. 49% of federal tax revenue comes from income taxes. 36% comes from payroll taxes, which are charged on your income as well. Now, maybe Trump wants to reduce spending back to 3% of GDP, but it seems to me all his actual policies only increase spending. Net interest payments alone, by the way, are approaching 3% of GDP right now. They're getting close to it. And they're going up. They're going to go past that soon. So unless Trump wants to reduce the government to just paying off people's interest for federal debt, then they're going to need more than tariffs like in the 1890s. They're going to need income taxes. If Trump wants to keep spending at current levels and pay for it only with sales taxes, he'd need a 90% sales tax to match income tax revenue. So God knows how high those tariffs would have to be. And also imagine the retaliation that America would face from other countries. And by the way, the 1890s, that's when the first Great Depression was. When they call the Great Depression now the 20s, but originally it was the 1890s. And they had such incredible income inequality back then because tariffs are regressive and they didn't have income taxes, which are progressive. A handful of people
owned half the wealth in America in the 1890s, and 3/4 of American families were worth, their entire wealth was less than $600. It was not a good time, no matter how Trump paints it as when America is great. Finally, though, are tariffs even possible? Well, if Congress says no, can Trump just do them by himself? Well, actually, this is one where I think he actually is right. I think he can achieve this unilaterally. Section 232 of the Trade Expansion Act of 1962 gives presidents the right to levy tariffs upon a recommendation from the Secretary of Commerce, which obviously Trump would control, without asking Congress. Trump already used that authority to impose steel tariffs in 2018. Section 301 of the Trade Act of 1974 allows Trump to impose tariffs for unfair trade practices, but he defines whether it's an unfair trade practice. He used that for his China tariffs back in 2018. The Trade Act also allows Trump to impose tariffs against goods that, quote, seriously injured or threaten serious injury to domestic companies. All of those usages would probably be dodgy, and they'll go to court for sure, but honestly, the court gives the president a lot of discretion in this area. I reckon Trump will get away with them. If he wants tariffs, he's getting tariffs. So if Trump wins this election, expect tariffs. No one's going to stop them. And I boldly predict it's going to suck. That's enough on tariffs. Finally, the last bits with Trump. The wealth fund. At one point in time, he speculated about...
Why don't we have a wealth fund? Other countries have wealth funds. We have nothing. We have nothing. We're going to have a sovereign wealth fund, or we can name it something different. I'll talk about it with Mr. Paulson, who's in the audience, and a lot of other friends of mine. And we'll name it something that's appropriate. Perhaps sovereign wealth fund wouldn't be appropriate, but it's going to be the same thing. We'll put tremendous amounts of money through all this money that will be taken in through tariffs and other intelligent things. And we'll have the greatest sovereign wealth fund of them all, and we should have. And that will be used to do things that will be great for our country, including to invest.
I'm sorry, but once again, this is just stupid. You can see that the man is putting more thought into what the fund is called than where the money is coming from and what they'll do with it. You're taking in about, what, $3 trillion of tariffs to pay for about $10 trillion in tax cuts. And he thinks they're going to pay for an entire sovereign wealth fund as well. Sorry, I forgot. They're also going to raise revenue from other intelligent things. The man is citing, quote, other intelligent things as his revenue source. Honestly. He went on to say that there'll be gigantic profits from this wealth fund, which would pay down the debt. That debt, which is currently $35 trillion, that would have to be quite a profit indeed to pay down $35 trillion. Honestly, I've wasted enough time on this stupid idea. It's not going to be happening, obviously. And then finally, the Department of Government Efficiency, which is the Elon department. Trump says he will create a government efficiency commission tasked with conducting a complete financial and performance audit of the entire federal government and making recommendations for drastic reforms. He also said we will fully eliminate fraud and improper payments within 6 months. And how much will it save?
This will save trillions of dollars. Trillions. It's massive. For the same service that you have right now, trillions of dollars is wasted and gone, and nobody knows where it went.
Now, let's be clear. There is money to be saved. The Government Accountability Office found that federal agencies made an estimated $236 billion in improper payments in 2023. And since 2003, over that 20-year period, they've made about $2.7 trillion in improper payments. So theoretically, there are trillions on the table over a number of decades. But these aren't easy to fix. If they were easy to fix, they'd already be fixed. These payments are almost entirely in Medicare, Medicaid, and in the Earned Income Tax Credit, which are all three of them are incredibly popular programs. And if Elon wants to cut, he better cut carefully in those areas because there will be massive political blowback involved. I'm not sure he has the stones. And if he does, Trump won't want him to because, I suppose Trump's done after this term if he wins. But yeah, whoever is the next Republican nominee won't want him to because there will be huge blowback if they cut Medicare and Medicaid and the earned income tax credit. By the way, Trump has also promised not to cut Medicare or Social Security as well at all. So, and that's where most of the spending is. I did actually talk about this last week, how Elon promised they'd cut at least $2 trillion a year from the budget, which is ridiculous. If they cut $100 billion a year, they would be doing incredibly well. If Trump wants to save money, we all know where it is. It's in Medicare and it's in Social Security. That's just maths, I'm afraid. Or you can raise taxes. They're your options. That is Trump. I talked for a long time. I wonder how many people are hanging in there. I told you this would be long, but you know, you ain't going to get this shit anywhere else, are you? Because it's so long and boring. Let's go to Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris is going to be much shorter because there's she's got a lot less economic policy than Trump has. Okay, Kamala Harris, let's get into it. Now, let's start with the Trump tax cuts again. She wants to let at least some of the Trump tax cuts lapse. Let's go through it. For income taxes, the top bracket is currently 37%. She'd let the top bracket lapse to be 39.6%. That only for Americans earning $400,000 or more. For those earning less than $400,000, she's in favour of extending the Trump tax cuts with a top bracket of 37%. Capital gains taxes are currently 20%. Biden wants to raise them to 39.6%. Harris is proposing to raise them to only 28%. So she's in between the current level and Biden. She would also have an exemption for stock dividend payouts, and she'd also only apply the 28% level would only apply for taxpayers with more than $1 million or more income per year. Reminder, capital gains taxes are profits of investments. Now, I just want to focus on the broad rate at the moment of capital gains taxes because this is an area where I'm probably different to you guys, but I just want to tell you my views. Well, first of all, the OECD average capital gains tax rate for long-term assets is about 20%. So Harris's rates are comparatively high, and Biden's preferred rates are way higher. But I don't really have a problem with high capital gains taxes, really high capital gains taxes. My personal view is I like high income taxes and high capital gains taxes, but low corporate taxes. Now, I know people on the left like to talk about taxing the hell out of companies, and they like that kind of thing. Personally, I think it's self-defeating. I think that low corporate taxes are actually really good because I think that the lower the cost of doing business is, the better for the economy overall. I think while it's true that companies can hoard some of those profits and not pass them on to workers, I think workers have a much better chance of getting pay raises if there are low corporate taxes than if there are high corporate taxes. I think that capital gains taxes, in my view, are essentially income taxes for people who are wealthy enough to not be primarily paid in wages. If you're paid in wages, you pay income taxes. If you're not paid in wages, you pay by selling. You get by selling assets that you own. You probably have lots and lots of assets, and you make heaps of money from those assets, and then you pay capital gains taxes. The super rich are very rarely paid a large wage, and that's they get by with capital gains. And so that's why a lot of people say that the top capital gains tax rate and the top income tax rate should be the same. It's like poor people's and rich people's incomes should pay the same tax as a percentage, at least for the same income. And then as they go up, they get higher. Whereas corporate taxes, I think, if you raise them, you compromise business growth, you compromise competitiveness internationally in a really direct way. Also, corporate taxes and capital gains taxes, they can sometimes target the same funds. And so people call them double taxation. And I think having both of them high for that reason isn't great. But I think lower corporate taxes have a much more positive impact than lower capital gains taxes, which are just slush funds for rich people. So I favour lower corporate taxes and higher capital gains taxes. Now, as far as I'm concerned, you make the cost of doing business as cheap as possible. And then, they might hoard that money, those profits. But where are those profits going to go? They can't just, if they stay in the company and they're used to improve the company, then that's great for the economy and it's great for business. If they're not just going to sit in a bank doing nothing forever. If they take the money out themselves and use the money, then you get them with capital gains taxes and income taxes. So as far as I'm concerned, let them make their businesses as cheap to run as possible. But when they take the money out, then you get them with the high taxes. That's what I think. Remember also that there are state capital gains taxes as well. California, for example, has a 13.3% capital gains tax. So you need to consider that when you're setting your federal capital gains tax levels, when you think about international competitiveness. Bottom line, I prefer, personally, a weird mix of Biden's capital gains taxes and Trump's corporate taxes. And Harris has kind of got neither. So I'm not a big fan of her capital gains or corporate tax situation. In fact, I think her lower capital gains taxes, to me, seem like an indulgence for rich donors. That's how it reads to me, but I might be wrong. I shouldn't be nasty. Corporate taxes are currently 21%. She wants to add, so even though they're currently 21%, you should add in state corporate taxes as well. The average rate paid by US companies is currently 25.8% with state corporate taxes and federal corporate taxes. Now, Harris wants to raise the federal rate to 28%, which would be the second highest rate in the OECD. And that would actually be 32.8% when you add the state corporate taxes on top of that. And for the reasons I said before, I would oppose this. In fact, I would happily cut corporate taxes, to be honest. I think Trump's 15% for local businesses is great. But I would expect most of you folks to disagree with me on that one. Harris would eliminate the carried interest loophole for those earning more than $400,000. I'm not going to go through this again because this really isn't very relevant. She's mentioned it like twice. But just so you know, the carried interest loophole is a huge tax break for hedge fund managers, venture capitalists, and private equity dudes. They pay much lower taxes because of that. Screw them. They can pay their taxes for once. I like this. Good stuff, Kamala Harris. The net investment income tax is currently 3.8%. Harris wants to raise it to 5% for people earning more than $400,000. So you really should add that on top of the capital gains tax for some sense of how much it hits the rich people. Medicare tax, she wants to lift that from 1.45%, the Medicare tax levy, to 5% for those who earn more than $400,000. Good. I've got more to say on that later. By the way, there are a heap of other provisions of Trump's tax cuts that expire in 2025 that Harris has said nothing about. We have no idea if she backs them or not. It's a bit of a mystery. She's got some proposed new taxes as well. There's a new tax on unrealised gains. 25% per year tax on unrealised capital gains. So we're talking about when you make a profit, but you don't sell the asset in order to realise that profit. So let's say you got a share, you bought it at $10 and now it's worth $100. You've got a $90 unrealised capital gain, even though you haven't sold it to actually get that $90 profit in your hot little hand. An increase in the value of unsold assets like stocks and so forth would attract a tax here, even if you haven't sold it, but only for people with $100 million or more in assets. Okay, what's the critiques of this new tax? I could play you Vivek Ramaswamy, who had some very intelligent critiques, but it's more fun to not just play a Democrat, but a Democrat who has been a surrogate for Kamala Harris at the time when he trashed her new tax on unrealized gains. I'm referring to Ro Khanna here. This is what he had to say.
Let me tell you why I don't think a blanket tax on unrealized gain is a good thing. I mean, let's say you're an entrepreneur. You create a company. It gets to 100 million or 200 million on paper. Now, if you're taxing that, you're probably going to force that person to sell it. They're probably going to sell it to private equity. Do you really want the entrepreneurs to be forced to sell their companies to larger institutions and to decline in value? I don't think that that's what you want for a startup ecosystem.
Unintended consequence.
This is not the right way to do it. And also 95% of investments in startups fail. And so you're going to disincentivize investments in those startups.
Well, Ro, as much as I love your intellectual honesty, I have to be fair here. Kamala Harris's team has considered this already. You're kind of barking up the wrong tree, Ro. You can defer your tax on unrealized gains if you have illiquid assets like family businesses or like Ro's talking about, some big business which you with low income, so you can't afford the taxes. You can also spread your taxes over a bunch of years, up to 9 years in some cases, okay? So that actually isn't a problem, what Ro Khanna just described. What if assets go down in value, though? Well, then you get credits for future taxes. That makes sense. Also, this plan allows you, as I said, to spread the taxes over many years. So if you make a loss in 1 year, then you just roll that over to the next year. And to the next year after that, to the next year after that. Also, how do you value non-tradable assets? Like, it's okay if it's a stock that you've got, you know exactly what it's worth. But for something like a painting or a house, how do you know what's worth? Like, that's subjective, isn't it? Well, they reckon they've come up with some formulas to estimate appreciation. I don't have a lot of faith in those formulas, but what I do have faith in is the fact that this problem is not new. Property taxes right now are based on the current unsold value of your home. Management fees for hedge funds right now are often based on the unsold market value of the gains that you have received. Estate taxes, those inheritance taxes, they're based on the fair market value of your estate's assets, unsold at the time of death. So this is not inventing nuclear fusion here. They've already got ways of dealing with this stuff, so just use those ways. Having said all that, I hate this tax. I've been kind there in trying to defend them, but I hate this tax. To me, this whole plan of this new tax seems way too complicated. I've looked at some of the methods they're using to get over these problems, and they are very complicated. Very complicated. And what that means is there will inevitably end up being some perverse results that make no sense. Because that's what happens when you have complicated tax systems. The IRS are going to need a huge amount of extra funding to administer this. This will be a nightmare. And they're coming up against only people who have more than $100 million in assets. So those people are going to have great lawyers, which means the IRS are really going to have to staff up to take them on. And the people that you most want to tax, those people, they always find a way around it. Like, especially when it's really complicated. The more complicated it is, the more likely they're going to find a way to dodge their way out of this tax. And remember, it only affects the mega rich, the people with $100 million in assets. So literally, everyone this tax applies to is probably going to find a way to wheedle their way out of it. It's going to be a whole lot of headaches and cost the IRS all kind of heartache, and I bet you in the end it produces very little revenue. Also, it's almost certainly unconstitutional. The Supreme Court haven't ruled on it yet, but they have heavily hinted that this is going to be unconstitutional. So just don't bother. It's just a waste of time. Introduce a higher tax bracket for income taxes, a higher tax bracket for capital gains taxes. Easy. That will get the rich. That's all you need to do. It's much better and much simpler. Like, just have the tax kick in at $1 billion if you want, or $500 million or whatever. You know, like this. Don't waste time on this. This won't work. Alternatively, if you want a new tax and you want to get the rich, introduce a small deferral tax for not paying capital gains taxes. Rather than saying we're going to assess what the tax would be worth if you realised your gains, and then we'll charge you that whole tax. So you don't have to do that. Just pay a nominal amount to defer going through that process until you want to sell the capital gains. And that nominal amount can be just enough to not make it worth their while to pay for a very expensive tax attorney to stop them paying that tax. So if you just hit them with a bit to defer, they'll pay it just to get out of the way, just to save their headaches, and just make that deferral tax kick in for the wealthy, for people who have a certain number of assets. That's what I'd do. Or just raise capital gains tax and income taxes, which is the simplest way. All right. Also, Kamala Harris is doing the no taxes on tips thing, except for her version doesn't have the loophole. It only removes income tax on tips, not payroll tax on tips. It's very clear about that. And it's only for hospitality workers, not for randos like lawyers and doctors. So there's no loophole there. Much simpler. The childcare tax break should give a fully refundable $6,000 tax credit for newborns, $3,600 per year for young children 2 to 5 years old, and $3,000 a year for older children 6 to 17 years old. She'd begin phasing that out at $75,000 income a year. JD Vance has his own proposal of $5,000 a year for all kids with no phase out. So it's more generous for people with non-newborns and for richer people. Trump has not said he supports it, though. Look, childcare tax breaks are generally good policies because they target child poverty quite effectively, and they don't discourage work very much. I probably wouldn't have the richest people be able to get them, but, whatever. The cost, Harris's would cost $1.2 trillion over 10 years over current levels. Vance's would cost $2.7 trillion over 10 years over current levels. I say over current levels because if Trump's tax cuts expire, the current levels would fall of the child tax credit. It would be lower. And so these policies would then cost more. Also, Harris has a tax deduction for startup businesses. She wants to raise the tax deduction for startup businesses from $5,000, which it currently is, to $50,000. There's obviously no point having a $50,000 tax deduction if you're making no money at the beginning, so small businesses can then spread that deduction over several years or postpone it until they turn a profit, which I think is an excellent idea. Combined with reducing barriers to get occupational licenses easier, they're setting a goal of 25 million new small business applications during her first term. Sounds like a totally arbitrary number, but, good luck to you. The fact is, though, this policy that I just read out achieved the rarest of wins. I mean the absolute rarest of wins. Praise from the Fox Business Channel.
I just want to press the point. When a political candidate comes up with what I think is a good idea, I have to call it a good idea. And a $50,000 tax cut for small, not tax cut, but a tax credit for startups or small businesses, coupled with less red tape. I got to say, that is a good idea, regardless of our other tax ideas.
And it's nice to see someone who's quite political not being a massive hypocrite for once. So thank you, Stuart Varney. Stuart, you get a mini grateful. I'm mini grateful for you, Stuart Varney. Good on you. Then there's Kamala Harris's price gouging policies. We've talked about that a lot. They're bullshit. Okay, let me put it this way. They're not actually stopping people from they're not actually setting prices. It's not price controls. What they're doing is they're stopping people from exploiting natural disasters and emergencies. That's all they're doing. In the case of a hurricane, you can't charge $30 for a bottle of water to gouge prices. That is very rare. It doesn't happen very often. And that will have no impact on overall prices at all. She's oversold it. She's sold it as having a big impact or have no impact at all. And so when people are acting like this is some socialist kind of setting prices thing, it's not. It's got nothing to do with normal life at all. It's not setting prices or affecting prices in any way, shape or form outside of a natural disaster. I've seen the details in their policy booklet and it's just not what it was sold originally. So that means that it's good. It's not socialism, but, well, if you don't like socialism, but it's bad. It's not going to make any difference to prices. Okay, so forget that. Housing credit plan, $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers. I hate this. Seems like a massive waste of money to me. It's probably going to reach more rich people than poor people because you need to be buying a house to access this $25,000 down payment. And it would almost certainly just lead to price inflation for houses. Seems dumb to me. It cost $100 billion over 10 years. Waste of money. I hate that policy. Global minimum tax. She's trying to get a global minimum corporate tax going of 15% for large multinational companies. The theory being you stop the race to the bottom. You stop corporations incorporating in Bermuda or Switzerland. Now, the Biden administration has painfully been assembling an international coalition to enforce this because obviously the weak link in the chain just determines whether it works or not. If there's one country that doesn't participate, that's where all the dodgy companies will incorporate. And if you believe the Biden administration, they are really close to this happening. I'll believe it when I see it. It won't raise much for America anyway because it's only 15% corporate tax, and Kamala Harris wants a 28% corporate tax. So let's move on. And she has the usual brain farts that Trump has as well, like things which she's just mentioned and then not gone into any detail, like, for instance, increasing the estate tax. That's the inheritance tax. When the Trump tax cuts elapse, as I said, the exemption for estate taxes are going to drop from $13.6 million of inheritances, which will be tax-free, to only $5 million of inheritances will be tax-free, and then you pay estate taxes. And Harris has said she might reduce that exemption even further and increase the estate tax as well. I think that'll be a great idea. The money that rich kids inherit from their parents provides absolutely no economic function whatsoever. It's just wasted money. As far as I'm concerned, you should tax the hell out of it. It's wonderful to give people the ability to pass on the fruits of their labour to their children. But you know what? We need money. I'm about to get to the debt situation. It's bad. And so you want to tax wherever you can tax if it doesn't do harm. This won't do harm, so tax it. You often hear the argument that if a kid inherits a huge company and has no other assets, and then they have a big estate tax bill, then they can only pay that estate tax by selling the inheritance. And that's unfair. I can sympathise with that argument, but you can adjust the duration that they need to pay over and the rates that they need to pay at various times to accommodate for that. I mean, that's exactly the same as the non-realised capital gains tax. They've got adjustments that they can make so that you don't have to sell the business. It's the same thing here. You can make those adjustments. So no one should be forced to sell their farm or to sell the family business. But if they can afford it, tax the hell out of them for these inheritances. There is another way. If you don't like that, if you're uncomfortable with that, if you think that's a death tax, as they call it, when they talk about death taxes, that's what they're referring to, the estate taxes. You could jack the estate tax rate up, like I've just said. The alternative is you could keep the estate tax as it is or keep it quite low, but instead remove what they call stepping up of the basis of capital gains taxes. Let me explain what that means. Right now, if you buy a stock for $10 and you sell it for $100, you have to pay capital gains on $90. But if you die when it's worth $100 and your kid takes a stock over, the basis is adjusted for the kid to be $100. That's when the profiting starts. And then if they sell it for $101, they don't pay capital gains taxes on the $91 from when the stock was first bought. They pay capital gains taxes on only the last dollar because the basis moved to the $100 mark. So people only pay taxes right now for the capital gains they earn while they personally hold the asset. And if they keep holding the asset past their death, those capital gains taxes just disappear into thin air. Now, in my view, that's really dodgy. It encourages people to hold on to assets as long as possible to dodge taxes and then pass on to their kids, so then those taxes are never paid. I would eliminate that tomorrow, and then that would solve a lot of these problems. If you pass on a big company to your kids, they don't have to pay the taxes immediately, but when they sell it, they would have to pay capital gains taxes for both their bit and your bit. And if you add to that a reasonable estate tax, I think that would be good. And once again, this would have no negative function on society that I can see. And so that's a great place to get some money. Drop the corporate taxes drop the corporate taxes and pay for it by raising these taxes, or raise these taxes just to reduce the debt, which they desperately need to do. That's all of Kamala Harris's stuff. Okay, Jesus, this is long. Let's do a quick comparison between the economists. Tax Foundation says for Harris, they expect Harris's policies to reduce long-run GDP by 2%, wages by 1.2%, and employment by about 786,000 full-time jobs. And Americans' income declined by 1.8% in the long run. And that doesn't count her minimum tax her tax on unrealized capital gains and her global minimum tax. Trump's assessment, which doesn't involve the overtime tax break or SALT, he gets a huge jumpstart through his tax cuts, but then the tariffs just reverse all of that and more. So they estimate his tax cut and tariff program would increase in the long run GDP by about 1.5%, as opposed to Harris's policies reducing GDP by 2%. So that's a difference. Oh, sorry. The tax cuts would increase GDP by 1.5% for Trump. But after you include his tariffs, it becomes negative. So actually, his entire economic plan, according to the Tax Foundation, would reduce GDP by 0.2%, and Harris's would reduce it by 2%. Wages would still rise, though, for Trump by 0.6%, whereas they would decline for Harris by 1.8%. So, according to the Tax Foundation, Trump's is better than Harris's by those measures, but there's so much guesswork going on there, guys. Honestly, there's so much guesswork of the effect tariffs would have. We don't even know what the tariffs are, and we don't know what the retaliation would be. Honestly, it's kind of silly making these comparisons, but I just want to be intellectually honest by sharing with you because they exist. But the tariffs just make such a difference. We just don't know really what the effect they're going to have. The Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget says Trump would raise spending by $10.2 trillion over the decade, but take in $3.7 trillion in revenue. So he would increase the deficit by $6.5 trillion in 10 years. Whereas Harris would increase the deficit by $1.7 trillion in 10 years. So Harris is much better for the deficit. Penn Wharton says using dynamic pricing, which means that you take into consideration the secondary effects of all these taxes and tariffs, that Trump's policies would cost $4.1 trillion over the decade. Harris's would cost $2 trillion over the decade. So once again, deficit-wise, Trump's policies would be worse. And there's a bunch of other estimates out there from less reputable outlets, but most of them say Harris is going to add $2 trillion to the debt. Trump will add $10 trillion to the debt. It's pretty rough. By the way, in comparison, the cost of running the entire federal government, other than the Pentagon, for a decade is about $10 trillion. The tax cuts that Trump is offering and the extra deficit that he is offering here would be enough to pay for the entire government for 10 years. If we look long-term on the debt with all these taxes, by 2065, the national debt is expected, according to the Tax Foundation, to rise from about 122% of GDP now to 201% of GDP. Under Harris, it would stay the same at about 200% of GDP. Under Trump, it would lift the debt to 211% of GDP. And this is obviously related to inflation then as well. That's why Wall Street Journal's survey of economists from October found, have a look, 68% saying inflation is likely to be higher under Trump, 12% saying it's likely to be higher under Harris, 20% saying the same. You can thank the tariffs for that.
The problem, though, is that the debt is becoming a real issue. Over the next 3 decades, Social Security and Medicare are facing a total projected cash shortfall of $124 trillion. And if America does nothing to change its fiscal path, it's looking at annual interest costs alone, consuming between half and 3/4 of all federal taxes by 2054. They need less spending and they need more taxes now. And both are tough. Elon's not going to fix it. I'm sorry. People are just refusing to pay higher income taxes. America is obsessed with their taxes being too high when they're just not. According to Gallup, 56% of Americans say their federal income taxes are too high. 36% say they're just right. 4% saying they're too low. Remember what I said before? Less than 56% of Americans pay income tax. But 56% of Americans say their federal income taxes are too high. There are some people there who are paying 0% income tax and saying it's too high. And these people aren't crazy because they're thinking of their payroll taxes when they say that, for sure. But the fact remains that America's total tax burden right now is way too low by international standards. They've got to raise taxes. I've already suggested some ways. This is why I'm so desperate to raise taxes wherever I can here. It's not because I love high taxes. It's because America needs it. And in the next term, and especially in the term after, when Social Security and Medicare hit the wall and the automatic cuts into Social Security and Medicare kick in, and they're not going to want them, so they're going to want to raise some extra money fast, they're going to need more taxes. As an aside, one more way to raise money, because I know the entire fiscal department of the Treasury of America they're all peppers. If you want to raise some money, carbon tax, guys. I know I'm a broken record about climate change, but a small carbon tax with the cost rebated to everyone except the top 25% of households or the top 10% of households, it'll do some good and it would raise some money from only the wealthy. How about that? Also, get rid of Trump's 20% pass-through business deduction, which is just free money for people like him. I have now spoken about taxes for, I reckon, maybe an hour 20, maybe an hour 10. I've got no idea. Time has stopped where I am. I'm in the Salvador Dali zone. My clock is melted. I don't know where I am. All I know is I have almost surely passed the 4-hour mark. So, woo! Thank you, Lockie. Thank you. Lockie gave me a standing ovation. We all knew it was coming. When better for it to come than before the election? I obviously had to cram this in before the election. I know this last hour and 20 minutes was probably incredibly boring for you. I guess if you're still listening, then it wasn't boring for you, because otherwise you would have switched off long ago. And for you people, I'm really grateful for you guys. Whoever is still listening to this, and especially if you got anything out of the last hour and 20 minutes, you are the future. I don't believe the children are our future. I believe you are the future. You are the people that are going to save us. I'm not sure I could have listened to all this. I know I was just racing through, and so it was hard to follow as well. So honestly, thank you very much. This is nerdier than nerdy. I should have done the whole thing in this voice. I have nothing but goodwill for you all, and I hope you guys enjoy Election Day. We're going to be doing on Play America, we're going to do a live show on News 24 at 8 o'clock, I believe. I'm hopeless with this. So is that right? Thank you, Sarah. It is 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock on News 24. So if you're interested, go and watch. I'll be crunching numbers all day with hopefully interesting things to say then. And then when we come back, I won't have any time limits anymore of having to get things in before the election. So there'll be no more 4-hour episodes. There'll be no more of that. Famous last words, of course. Until next time, until next Friday, be happy.